We will now start daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause of which reads, "We, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia government to pass legislation that will lower people's power costs and protect people's private information." There are a number of signatures from across Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island. Well, not Sable Island. The hosts don't sign petitions, but from across Halifax, Citadel, and I have added my name as for the requirements of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I do rise on perhaps a point of order. I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
So I'll seek your guidance. I also have guests in the House, and they are from DASC and from Prescott Group, and I don't know are they in?
Yeah?
Oh, I thought they weren't in. Sorry.
No? Okay.
All right. Well, then I won't say anything else. Just.
It's Friday. We're allowed to get away with a little bit. Seeing no more, presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Cultures, Tourism, and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I rose on a point of clarification in the House, and I'd like to table the documents here today.
Please table. The papers are tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table an article from 2021 relative to that very discussion entitled "Booming Nova Scotia Film Industry Gets Major Funding Boost," boosting the fund from $25 million to $48.6 million for that fiscal year. The budget this year is $11 million less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to rise and make a clarification for the House and to table.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday in the subcommittee of the whole House on Supply, after 30 minutes, there were no further questions put to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. At the time, the unanimous vote of the committee was to consider the business for the day as complete, and no further witnesses were to appear. Also yesterday, the MLA for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, and House Leader for the...
Order. May I ask, are you tabling something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please state what you're tabling. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Also yesterday, the MLA for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, and the House Leader for the official opposition.
Order. Honourable Member, I ask that you state the paper, report, or regulation that you are tabling. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
For the benefit of the House, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling the rules and forms of procedure that explain clearly the rules of the subcommittee and how the process works. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. There is no need to table House documents. Statements by ministers. We're off to a good start today. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery and introduce Executive Deputy Minister Paul LaFlèche.
I I recognize, well, you know what? Welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. Just in case you've never been here before. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to recognize members of government departments and agencies here to support Dr. LaFlèche on his outstanding achievement. I'd ask all members of the legislature to give them a warm welcome to the House.
Welcome. Welcome to the house. We hope you enjoy your time here. I'm sure you'll be back again. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Executive Deputy Minister Paul LaFlèche, also Deputy Minister of the Department of Municipal Affairs and the Department of Public Works, is the 2025 recipient of the Lieutenant Governor's Award for Excellence in Public Administration, and whereas the medal is awarded annually to a person in public administration who exhibits the highest standard of excellence, dedication, and accomplishment. And whereas the medal will be presented in the spring at Government House in Halifax, therefore be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize and congratulate Executive Deputy Minister Paul LaFlèche for this outstanding achievement and for being an indispensable member of any government he has served. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be doing this government notice of motion in my capacity as Minister of Service Efficiency. Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to acknowledge the presence of Red Space, a thriving tech company located in Bedford, committed to excellence as a key contributor to Nova Scotia's digital innovation industry. Joining us today, our CEO, Mike Johnston, and his business partner, Wes Gould. Gentlemen, I'd ask you to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
Welcome. Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Efficiency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia-born entrepreneur Mike Johnston, founder, president, and CEO of Red Space, has grown a small basement startup launched in the early 2000s into a world-class digital studio employing hundreds of people in our province. And whereas under Mr. Johnston's leadership, Red Space has contributed significantly to Nova Scotia's economy and reputation in the global technology and media sectors, partnering with names like Roku, IBM, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, Comcast, PlayStation, and many others. And whereas through Red Space, Mr. Johnston has demonstrated an ongoing commitment to fostering local talent by partnering with youth camps and workshops, offering meaningful employment opportunities through co-ops and internships, and helping young Nova Scotians launch careers in technology. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House acknowledge and congratulate Mr. Johnston for his outstanding leadership, his remarkable contributions to the technology solutions sector, and his role in strengthening Nova Scotia's innovation economy. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery, where I would like to introduce Karen Bingham, the president and founder of the Lymphedema Association of Nova Scotia. It's great to see you, Karen. Karen lives with primary lymphedema and founded the Lymphedema Association of Nova Scotia to improve awareness, education, and support for people living with this condition. Through LANS, Karen has been a strong advocate for improved lymphedema care in Nova Scotia. The association has organized several education conferences, bringing together patients, healthcare providers, and researchers to strengthen knowledge. LANS is ready to host the first National Canadian Lymphedema Conference in Halifax in May 2027. So thank you, Karen, for being here, for your wisdom, your patience, and your help.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas March 6th is recognized globally as World Lymphedema Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness of lymphedema, a chronic and progressive condition affecting the lymphatic system that can significantly impact physical health, mobility, mental well-being, and quality of life. And whereas people living with lymphedema can often face challenges related to delayed diagnosis, limited access to specialized care, and the cost of essential treatments such as compression therapy, underscoring the importance of education, system coordination, and ongoing investment. And whereas the province of Nova Scotia is strengthening lymphedema care through new investments in provider education and capacity building, engagement with nationally recognized experts to advance best practices, and to pilot a support access to medically necessary compression garments. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in recognizing World Lymphedema Day on March 6th, encouraging Nova Scotians to learn more about lymphedema, to foster understanding and compassion for those living with this condition, and to support continued efforts to improve awareness, early diagnosis, education, and access to the appropriate care across the province. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the Speaker's Gallery today, we are privileged to have 4 wonderful CCA students here from the Nova Scotia Community College visiting the People's House. I ask that all our guests rise as I read their names. We have Danielle Fraser, Jessica Mrose, Emma Farrell, and Chiara Burrow, as well as Kathleen Cameron and Andrea May from the Nova Scotia Community College. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in giving our guests a warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas continuing care assistants are vitally important members of our healthcare teams and provide excellent care and support to many Nova Scotians in their homes, in long-term care facilities, and hospitals across our province. And whereas our government is proud to have covered the cost for thousands of CCAs to go to school, to be able to work here in Nova Scotia, to provide care for our friends and loved ones. And whereas we are joined today by 4 CCA students from Nova Scotia Community College who have been dedicated to their studies, will be applying that same dedication to their placements in the continuing care sector, where they will certainly be welcomed addition to their new homes. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join me in welcoming these future CCAs and congratulating them on all of their hard work and wish them the best in their future careers. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, may I make a point of privilege before I introduce the bill?
Please do.
I appreciate the Speaker's comments earlier today about conduct in the gallery and her decisions about access to the House. That said, I have made every effort to comply with processes of the House in welcoming guests, pre-announcing them for clearance and security. The bills I'm about to table are of interest to the guests that I've invited to the House today, and they have not been seated in the gallery despite their names being on the visitor list for quite some time. I would just invite I think it reflects poorly on us when we make those efforts for the people who come to see the business of the House not be able to be present when it matters that are pertinent to them are carried out.
They're downstairs.
So it's not a point of order or point of privilege, but we will take a quick recess. I do not schedule when people come to, so what we're going to do is somebody's going to go out and ask who does and see what's going on. You're welcome. We will have a 5-minute brief recess. Order. I recognize the honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994 to 95, the Workers' Compensation Act, to strengthen workers' compensation fairness.
The honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, to strengthen workers' compensation fairness.
Bill 231, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, to strengthen workers' compensation fairness.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honorable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Control Access to Age-Restricted Social Media Platforms.
The honorable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Control Access to Age-Restricted Social Media Platforms.
Bill 232, an act to control access to age-restricted social media platforms.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honorable member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect the Cape Breton Rail Line.
The honorable member for Sydney, Member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect the Cape Breton Rail Line.
Bill 233, an act to protect the Cape Breton Rail Line.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labor Standards Code, to help working people get ahead.
The honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled and to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labor Standards Code, to help working people get ahead.
Bill 234, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labor Standards Code, to help working people get ahead.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labor Standards Code, and Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act, respecting integrity and public investment.
The honorable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labor Standards Code, and Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act, respecting integrity in public investment.
Bill 235, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labor Standards Code, and Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act, respecting integrity in public investment.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act, to protect workers from retaliatory workplace closures.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act, to protect workers from retaliatory workplace closures.
Bill 236, an act to amend Chapter 475 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Trade Union Act, to protect workers from retaliatory workplace closures.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of All New Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution.
Oh, okay.
We'll get there. So I'm sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Cole Harbour.
Whereas for 115 years, March 8th has been recognized as International Women's Day, a day to honor and celebrate the achievements of women and the advancements we've made towards gender equality. Whereas this year's theme, Give to Gain, reminds us that when we give women and girls opportunities to succeed, we build stronger families, stronger communities, and a stronger and more inclusive future. Whereas through the Status of Women office, we are working across government to ensure that women and girls have meaningful opportunities to lead, succeed, and fully participate.
Unfortunately, that is a government notice of motion. That's all right. That's all right. I'm requesting to revert back to government notice of motions. Does everyone agree? It is agreed. We are reverting back. I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women's Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas for 115 years, March 8th has been recognized as International Women's Day, a day to honor and celebrate the achievements of women and the advancements we've made towards gender equality. Whereas this year's theme, Give to Gain, reminds us that when we give women and girls opportunities to succeed, we build stronger families, stronger communities, and a stronger, more inclusive future. And whereas, through the Status of Women office, we are working across government to ensure that women and girls have meaningful opportunities to lead, succeed, and fully participate in every aspect of society with initiatives like the Campaign School for Women and our work with the Department of Labor, Skills, and Immigration that helps women build sustainable careers in the skilled trades. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in embracing the spirit of Give to Gain, understanding that when we empower women and girls, we build a stronger future for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We are now back in notices of motion. Seeing none. Statements by members. Oh. We're back into whack-a-mole. I recognize the Honourable Member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, prior to my statement, I beg leave to make a few introductions.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the gallery, I am extremely pleased to introduce Dr. Natalie Meisner, and joining her today, Vivian Behrens, Ruben Behrens-Meisner, Jasper Behrens-Meisner. Dr. Meisner, Vivian, Ruben, Jasper, I would ask you to rise and accept a warm ovation from the members of the House Assembly.
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. We are usually a well-oiled machine, I swear. I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Natalie Meisner, originally from Lockport, who is an author and a professor at Mount Royal University. Natalie began her theatre and literary work in Halifax while studying at King's and Dalhousie Universities, and she received her Master's of Fine Arts degree at the University of British Columbia and her PhD at the University of Calgary. Dr. Meisner, who is Calgary's 5th Poet Laureate, has won regional and national awards for her stage plays and has 8 books published in various genres. The world premiere of her latest play, Area 33, opened at the Osprey Theatre and ran 5 shows in full houses to standing ovations. Area 33 is a warm, funny play that does not shy away from big issues facing rural Nova Scotians, and Natalie is committed to telling stories that matter to the people of her rural communities. I saw the play. It was great, too. I went with my wife. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members of the legislature join me in recognizing Natalie and her impressive body of work in theatre and literature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since we're all in such a good mood, I was wondering if we could extend question period, or sorry, member statement by 10 minutes to allow for, there's a lot of people here that have come to the House, that there's introductions that need to be made, but also, just to get a few more member statements. And so with consent of the House, I'm asking that we extend a member statement for another 10 minutes.
There has been a request to extend member statements for another 10 minutes. That means we'd be done at 10:10. Would all those agree, please say yay? Those who disagree, please say nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make introductions relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Joining us in the East Gallery today, we have members of the Prescott Group's team, staff, family, and members, and I've asked them to rise when I say their names. Alice Evans, Manju Thomas, Elfie McCarthy, James Robertson, Carrie Robertson, Graham Robertson, Sharon Millay, Edgar Millay, and Sarah Millay. And I'd also like to introduce to the House Hank Van Leeuwen from DASC.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I rise today to recognize members of the Directions Council, Prescott Group, and DASC. Prescott Group supports their members to find community, gain skills, and have meaningful employment. They are now located in downtown Halifax, just off of Spring Garden Road, and I highly recommend their cafe for coffee, catering, and treats. Club Inclusion is their drop-in club. It's a space where everyone is included. No matter what your interest or ability, you are welcome there for cooking, theater, dance, art, and more. DASC is located in Dartmouth and provides ongoing employment opportunities. Their teams are talented at producing large orders for groups, such as campaign pins that will last forever. The members and staff from these two organizations are here today to learn more about how this government's budget cuts will affect their communities. I ask you all to join me in welcoming Prescott Group and DASC folks to the legislature today.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I do my member's statement, may I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the West Gallery, we have with us students from Dalhousie Women in Politics Society. So we have a number of young women here that can rise up as I call their names. We have Marley Price, Olivia Hatch, Allison Deliman, Sophie Bryn, Ava Bruce, Gabrielle Conrad, Emma Andrews, Sophia Talboy, Petra Jessam, and Sophia Russell. If I could ask the members to give them a warm welcome.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to welcome a group of students joining us today from Women in Politics at Dal. And I had the pleasure of meeting these inspiring young women last fall at a fundraiser for Women in Politics Scholarship at Dal. And I was truly impressed by the drive, intelligence, and dedication they bring to encouraging more young women to get involved in the political process. As we approach March 8th of International Women's Day, it's a good reminder that there's still more work to do to ensure women feel welcome and supported in spaces where they haven't always been represented. The work these students do matters. By creating opportunities, building networks, and encouraging participation, they are helping shape a future where more women see themselves reflected in leadership in public life. And everything going on in the world today, I am absolutely convinced that the more we add women's voice in elected and decision-making roles, that we're going to have a better world. Yes, really, yes. And I am looking forward to some of you, maybe all of you, eventually taking your seat in this House. So I'd like to ask all members to give a round of applause for these young women and encourage the work that they continue to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South. It'll come on, don't touch it. There you go. There you go.
Madam Speaker, I beg to make an introduction before I begin my talk.
Please do.
In the gallery is someone that I believe many members in the chamber know, Robert Rockwell from the Parent-Child Guide. Would you mind standing up, Robert, so we give you a round of applause?
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Robert Rockwell and congratulate him on his retirement after more than 3 decades of dedicated service to families in our community. For 31 years, Robert has been the driving force behind Parent-Child Guide, a publication that has become a trusted and valued resource for parents, caregivers, and families throughout our region. Through his leadership, the Guide has connected families with vital information with education, recreation, childcare, health services, and community programming. Robert's commitment to supporting families has helped strengthen our communities in meaningful and lasting ways. The Parent-Child Guide has not only informed families, but has also helped local organizations and businesses and service providers reach those who needed them most. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking Robert Rockwell for his outstanding contribution and wishing him a happy, healthy, and well-deserved retirement.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a vibrant new addition to Bridgewater's small business community, Maguma Meadows Flower Farm, which has recently opened its retail storefront on King Street. Owned and operated by Laura Bissau, a talented florist, grower, and designer, Maguma Meadows has grown from a local flower farm into a beautifully curated shop in the heart of our downtown. The store offers floral design, event services, an array of cut flowers, indoor plants, and thoughtfully chosen cards and gift items crafted here in Nova Scotia. This curated market reflects Laura's creativity, her dedication to her work, and her commitment to supporting local makers. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Laura on the opening of her new storefront and wishing her every success as she continues to grow her business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make a brief introduction.
Please do.
Thank you very much. Today in the West Gallery, we have a resident of Halifax-Chebucto, Chris Muse, who is the subject of my member statement today.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Christopher Muse, a freelance journalist, editor, and local disability activist living in Halifax-Chebucto. A graduate of University of King's College, Chris is a gifted writer and storyteller. His journalism often brings attention to the importance of diversity in Halifax. He also encourages readers to think about how those who are differently abled, including seniors, move through the city of Halifax and the barriers that they may face. Chris used lived experiences in his activism, and he describes the financial costs of living with an invisible disability and advocates for those working hard to make ends meet, even with financial support. I ask the House to applaud Chris in his dedication to equality, justice, and disability rights here in Nova Scotia and beyond. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rise my place to recognize the women at home. I'm blessed to have 3 girls at home, even the cat, and it's a wonderful thing to watch them go about their day, support one another, and I'm very blessed, so I rise to recognize Stephanie, Emily, Allie, and even Kate Mumbercat, that they bring so much happiness to me, and it's always a privilege to get on your feet and recognize your family. So to Emily, Stephanie, and Allie, hopefully I'll see you soon.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, before I begin my member statement, I beg leave to make a few introductions.
Please do.
In the gallery, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Karen Steele, Dr. Catherine Butler, and Dr. Vanessa Gerber, who are the owners of April Vets in Dartmouth Crossing. Dr. Steele, Dr. Butler, and Dr. Gerber, I would ask that you rise and accept a warm welcome from the members of the legislature.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize these 3 accomplished veterinarians and community leaders, Karen Steele, Catherine Butler, and Vanessa Gerber. I would like to give special mention to Ms. Steele and Ms. Butler, 2 proud residents of Hammonds Plains. Together, these 3 women have brought a new standard to pet health care in our community, having recently marked their first full year of operation since opening April Vets in Dartmouth Crossing on January 25th, 2025. April Vets is more than a clinic. It's an innovative, small animal hospital dedicated to providing elevated healthcare experience. The clinic, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and a modern, welcoming atmosphere, is designed to put both pets and their owners at ease. The co-ownership model is what truly sets them apart. It empowers local veterinarians to focus on patient care while receiving professional business support. April Vets is an excellent addition to our community. I ask the members of the House to join me in congratulating Karen, Catherine, and Vanessa on their successful venture and for their dedication to improving animal welfare in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
With us today in the West Gallery are John Huffman, former lead programmer, and Anastasia Kolchanova, former producer with Ubisoft Halifax. I invite the House to extend them the warmest greeting of the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I rise today in solidarity with the 71 skilled workers whose livelihoods were stripped from them with the closure of Ubisoft Halifax just weeks after their studio voted to unionize. These 71 employees are talented producers, programmers, artists, and researchers. They were building an emerging industry in Halifax, and this government, for all its talk of strengthening our economy, failed them. When we allow a publicly subsidized company to walk away from Nova Scotian workers exercising their right to unionize, it demonstrates to Nova Scotians that they don't have that right. There are many who feel that this government's silence represents a stand with predatory business rather than with workers. This government should be ashamed for pushing an austerity budget on Nova Scotians while letting a multinational corporation run off with millions of taxpayer dollars scot-free. This government says it wants to attract skilled work to our province, but I count 71 big reasons they're letting us down.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In your gallery today, I'm very honored to have from Kings West some of the most community-minded, hardest-working, resilient people that I know, some great apple farmers and producers in our area, and members of the Nova Scotia Fruit Growers Association. So if I say your name, please stand. Emily Lutz, Executive Director, Nova Scotia Federation Fruit Growers Association. Thomas Lutz, Sam Lutz, Craig Nichols, Marla Gould, Waldo Walsh, Jeff Walsh, Dan Nichols, and Cassian Farlat. Please, I'd like to ask all of the members to give our guests a warm applause today.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, the Annapolis Valley is the heart of Canada's apple industry east of Ontario, a region where agriculture, history, and community come together in every harvest. For more than 400 years in the Annapolis Valley, farmers have cultivated apples thanks to its rich soil, mild coastal climate, and long growing season. Today, the Valley produces millions of pounds of apples each year, making it Nova Scotia's largest apple growing region, with varieties like the famous Honeycrisp leading the way, and others like Ambrosia, Sweet Tango, Pizzazz, and Gala thrive there as well, supplying fresh farm markets, cider producers, and processors like Scotia and Gold. But the apple industry in the Annapolis Valley is more than an economic driver for our province. It supports hundreds of local jobs and sustains family farms across generations like the Nichols, Lutzes, Walshes, Goulds, Bests, Penners, to name a few. It also fuels a growing craft cider movement that attracts tourism and investment. Orchard blossoms in spring and harvests in fall have become cultural symbols for the region. In the Annapolis Valley, apples are not just a crop, they are a tradition, an economy, and a way of life rooted deeply in the land and the people who care for it. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask all members of the House to thank those who grow our apples, and indeed all farmers in our province, for producing much of the food we eat. We literally could not survive without them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour of being the chair of the Canadian region of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. And so as chair of the CWP in Canada, I would like to wish every person in this House and across Canada a very happy International Women's Day. I'd like to thank all the people who are working toward gender equity in all aspects of politics. I'd like to congratulate the legislature of BC for achieving the goal of having more than 50% women gender diverse members, and Quebec for being very close. I'd like to celebrate today that there are 5 provinces or territories, including our own, that have female speakers, Madam Speaker, including you, obviously. In 2 provinces, we have female premiers. In 4 provinces, there are female leaders of the official opposition. And I'd like to acknowledge the work and the particular challenges of all elected women and gender diverse politicians in Canada. I'd like to encourage everyone to work toward 50% gender equity in all orders of government. Thank you very much.
Flattery will get you nowheres, member. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize an extraordinary young Nova Scotian named Maggie. Maggie is 18 years old and has been participating in Special Olympics for the past 3 years. Before she was born, Maggie's family learned she had a rare genetic condition called microdeletion of chromosome 2q37, and she also lives with autism spectrum disorder. Throughout her life, she had faced many physical and developmental challenges. For years, brittle bone disease meant even simple physical activity carried a high risk of fracture, and participating in sports once seemed impossible. But Maggie always has been determined. Today, through the Special Olympics, Maggie runs track, plays golf, and curls. She's even traveled with her teammates to compete at the Special Olympics Provincial Games, proudly staying with her friends at St. FX. Programs like the Special Olympics give athletes confidence, community, and opportunity. Maggie's story is one of resilience and determination, and today we celebrate her and everyone who helps make these opportunities possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise from my seat today for the 2nd year in a row to say happy birthday, Mum. Mum turns the big 80 today. Dad turned 80 in December, and the two of them are currently in Portugal celebrating Mom's 80th. Mom was a hairdresser. She worked full-time out of a shop in our house. Some of my fondest memories as a young child were in that shop, making friends with her regulars who were older than Mom. I learned by listening to them, the female elders of the day. It's fitting Mom's birthday is so close to International Women's Day. Mom always spoke her mind regardless of who was listening, and she contributed significantly to the family income. Mom and I often went shopping where she would spend some of that income on me for clothes, and if I was lucky, a Bavarian creamy Claire. My wife says I'm a great shopper, and I think that's because my mom showed me the benefits of retail therapy. On behalf of my brother Jamie, sister Shannon, and my brother Glenn in heaven, I say, we wish you a very happy birthday, Mom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't believe that the person, relative to my member statements in the gallery anymore, but I did want to also get up and recognize Robert Rockwell from the Parent-Child Guide. For over 3 decades, Robert has been deeply committed to the well-being of families across Nova Scotia. The Parent-Child Guide has provided parents with practical tools, resources, and confidence they needed to navigate the challenges of raising children and building strong families. Robert is known not just for his smart and professional approach, he's a really good salesperson, but for his immense kindness. A perfect example of that is he visited my constituency office just shortly after moving into the office, and my constituency coordinator was still brand new to her role, and noticing that she was feeling a little overwhelmed and unsure of what to say to him, Robert took the time to offer a heartfelt pep talk and assured her that by the next time he came to speak to her, her knowledge and confidence would have grown immensely. And so I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking Robert Rockwell for his 31 years of dedication and in wishing him a very happy and well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize 2 Lunenburg entrepreneurs who've made helping others a fixture of their business. Lee Martin and Alicia Van de Sand own the Water Market, the South Shore source for quality water products from purified drinking water to wine kits, laundry services, and on-site brewing. Located on busy Victoria Road, the high-traffic location caught the eye of a local food charity looking to establish a community cupboard. Finding the couple agreeable, We Feed Lunenburg built a pantry at the back of the market. Stocked with dry goods, it's available 24 hours a day. But there's a limit to what can be stored in a wooden cabinet in the extremes of heat and cold, Madam Speaker. So, after exploring different options, they hatched a plan for a purpose-built structure. On January 10th, the Lunenburg Food Hub opened on a site adjacent to the market, offering all manner of food, including fresh produce, meat, and dairy. Madam Speaker, this only happened because 2 people looked beyond their own business needs to the needs of community. Thank you, Lee and Alicia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
In the West Gallery, Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw attention to Sheila and Wes Lees, and please rise and receive the welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Sheila and Wesley Lees, who are visiting the People's House. I first met Sheila and her husband Wesley after Sheila reached out to me following the devastating death of their daughter Siobhan Lees. Siobhan was only 30 years old when she died from sepsis after waiting hours for care in an emergency department. Her death was a tragedy that should never have happened. In the face of unimaginable grief, Sheila and Wesley have chose courage. They've chose to speak out, to demand accountability, and to work for change so that no other family will have to endure such a loss. Siobhan's family's story is a painful reminder that behind every healthcare failure is a human life, a grieving family, and a community forever changed. Today, we honor Siobhan's memory, we recognize Sheila and Wes's strength and advocacy, and we recommit ourselves to building a healthcare system that's safer, more responsive, and worthy of the trust of Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today in advance of International Women's Day to recognize Chris Deloy, a remarkable resident of Windsor who truly represents the very best of community spirit and leadership. After 35 years as a nurse at the Halifax Infirmary, Krista is officially retired but continues to help on occasion, always ready to lend a hand. Krista also serves as the president of the Windsor Hockey Heritage Society, a group dedicated to the preservation and promotion of Windsor's connection to the game. Alongside her team of volunteers, she helps raise thousands of dollars each year in support of local school hockey programs and student bursaries. She does this through events like the annual Long Pond Hockey Heritage Classic and the Birthplace of Hockey Golf Tournament, both featuring NHL alumni. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members join me in recognizing Krista for her outstanding volunteerism, pride in community, and enormous heart. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order. Orders of the day, oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 10:10. We will finish at 11 o'clock. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, more Nova Scotians are waking up to news of how this government's cruel cuts will impact them and their families. Autism Nova Scotia will have to lay off staff and eliminate programs across the province. These cuts will hurt, especially in rural communities where jobs and programs are needed the most. These jobs were filled by Nova Scotians supporting autistic people to live full, productive lives, to gain employment, and to experience joy and community. Some of those laid off are also autistic. What possible explanation does the Premier have for cutting this funding?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, Autism Nova Scotia does incredible work, as do a number of service providers across the province. We're lucky to have them. We're grateful for the work they do. They care about Nova Scotians. We also care about Nova Scotians. This is a difficult time. There's just no question about that. A $1.2 billion deficit last year, $1.2 billion deficit this year. We have to make some decisions to see how we can continue to support people, but make sure that we're on a more sustainable path, Madam Speaker. So there's a difficult time. We'll work with Autism Nova Scotia. We'll work with other service providers. We'll work with Nova Scotians to see the best possible way forward. But there's no question that these are difficult times.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, the Premier says this budget is about defending Nova Scotians, but who is he defending with these cuts? 2 years ago, this government finally promised a provincial autism action plan and improved services for autistic Nova Scotians and their families. Instead, people are now worried about how these cuts will mean reduced programs and services for the autistic community. Will the Premier now commit to continuing the provincial autism action plan, or is that on the chopping block too?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what's happening in Nova Scotia and happening across the country. We see provincial budgets deficits, the federal government deficit. It's not a sustainable path. So we need to make sure that we make decisions to try to get things in a more sustainable place. So we're continuing to invest in healthcare. We're continuing to invest in Nova Scotians. We want to keep taxes low because we know that Nova Scotians are struggling in their own households as well. So we're trying to do a lot of things at the same time, Madam Speaker, but through it all, we will continue to work with Nova Scotians on the best possible way forward in the face of a changing environment.
Before I recognize anyone else, I ask, during question period, you're not allowed on your phone. Please do not use your phone. It's not that I saw someone doing it, it's actually that somebody messaged me. So don't use your phone. Just saying. So I know exactly who you are. recognize the... My apologies for this, but it's that easy on this one. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the Premier really trying to argue that autistic Nova Scotians should bear the brunt of his financial mismanagement? Most Nova Scotians have heard the phrase, "We shall never rebuild Halifax unless everybody works." This was coined after the Halifax explosion, and we are once again facing challenging times. And for autistic Nova Scotians, losing access to transition supports for post-secondary employment programming, the cruel cuts in this budget mean that they will not only be excluded from work, but from playing a meaningful role in their communities. Will the Premier commit to continuing the Autism Action Plan and tell us how he can possibly call this budget a defense of Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the reality is that if we don't get our finances under control, the future looks worse. That's what we're defending against. We're working towards a stronger future. It is prosperity that funds programs. It is prosperity that funds supports for Nova Scotians. That's why we are working to grow the economy, push forward on the projects that are in front of us, that are available to us. And when we are successful on that, there will be more. And our government has shown that when we have more, we do more. We've made significant investments in a number of areas, but investments in people. And when we can do more, we will do more. This is a different time right now, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government chose to take full control of the Halifax Harbour Bridge Commission and remove tolls from the bridge. In doing that, they chose to add $300 million to the debt and eliminated almost $40 million in annual revenue and left taxpayers responsible for the ongoing costs of maintaining the bridges. That's the kind of decision that credit agencies look at when they assess the credit score. Those are real revenues that help pay for the system and plan for future infrastructure. Now in this budget, we're hearing from the government that they need to make difficult choices and they can't afford to support some of the programs Nova Scotians rely on. Question is, does the Premier acknowledge that these decisions have real financial consequences for Nova Scotians? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Every decision government makes has an impact. This is the challenge of governing. Every decision we make has an impact on people, and we feel that. Now, the reality is that in Nova Scotia, there are over 4,100 bridges. 2 of them you had to pay for, and the other ones you didn't. And now, Madam Speaker, they're all free, and we think that is fair to Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been an MLA in the Halifax area for 12 years, and I haven't had one constituent ask me to take that toll off the bridge, but I have had constituents ask me for more supports on the types of programs that are on the chopping block. We're now seeing the consequences, and the government is telling Nova Scotians that supports for most vulnerable communities are things that the province can't afford. At the same time, the province has taken on full cost of maintaining the bridges and will soon face the need to replace the 50-year-old McKay Bridge, a project expected to cost more than $1 billion. My question is, how does he justify giving up $40 million a year in revenue while telling Nova Scotians there isn't enough money to support the people who need it the most? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the member wants to put the bridge tolls on, he should just say that. He doesn't need a big preamble to say that. We are supporting Nova Scotians across the spectrum. We're keeping taxes down. We're not going to raise taxes. We're not going to put fees on. We've made the investments we've made in taking away the tolls, the investments we made in making parking free at the hospital helps a lot of families, Madam Speaker. Lowering the taxes, these all help Nova Scotians, and I just think it's inherently unfair for a Nova Scotian living in Fairview or Clayton Park and working in Burnside or somewhere and having to pay to commute to go back and forth to work. That didn't make sense to us, Madam Speaker. It's an investment in Nova Scotians. I'm happy we made it, but if the member's not happy, he should say he'd reverse it.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I've been quite clear that I was against that decision, and I'll continue to say that. And the Premier is now in government. He has to make these decisions and own them. He chose to scrap the bridge tolls when he was in a deficit. Every single budget that he tabled was in a deficit. And guess what? He got his wish. Now we're in a structural deficit. And he didn't just remove a fee on a bridge. He also made choices for the parents of children with disabilities who can no longer afford day programming. He made choices for young African Nova Scotians and Mi'kmaq students who won't have access to educational opportunities. He made choices for the arts community who are anxious about having to shut their doors. The question to the Premier is, does he understand that in making one choice for bridges, he is forcing cuts to essential programs for communities across the province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member was a Premier. He tabled a budget, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars deficit, because he knows that we have to invest in Nova Scotians when we can invest. The first 3 budgets we tabled were deficits. At the end of the year, when everything was counted up, we were in surplus. We spent the money, we invested it in Nova Scotians. They complained when we invested in Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker, and they complain when we don't invest in Nova Scotians, but we don't, that doesn't even part of our equation for us. We are here because we care about Nova Scotians. We do what we can, when we can, and we will have brighter days in this province when we can once again do more. It's just today is a difficult day, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Programs that support Indigenous culture and services have been cut in this budget by $2.2 million. Provincial funding for 13 programs has been entirely eliminated, including the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre and Mi'kmaq Services through Education and Early Childhood Development.
Shame.
4 programs have had their funding cut in half, 2 have been cut by 20%. My question to the Minister of Ill New Affairs is, who did she consult with when she chose to make these particular cuts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of All New Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's a really important time to be very clear about what those numbers look like. We still fund the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre in the amount of around $5 million for the great work that they do. It doesn't mean that these cuts are easy. They're not easy. They're very, very difficult. But I'm so grateful that we have a program called the Mi'kmaq Language Revitalization Program that is very much intact. It has core funding behind it, and it will continue to be there past this difficult time. I would just also like to mention that in 2020, there was only $10 million that went into Mi'kmaq communities. Now there's over 30. That's 3 times more money. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question was, who did the minister consult? The Finance Department confirmed that the province is cutting hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Mi'kmaq Language Revitalization Strategy and all provincial funding from Mi'kmaq Health and Wellness. Shame. This from the government who said there were no health care cuts in this budget. The Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs has said that the PC government has cut many programs that were created to address historic systemic inequalities. Eskasoni First Nation Chief Leroy Denny said programs and organizations that for years the province and Mi'kmaq have been partners on, this government has decided to claw back. So my question is, will the minister appear in estimates and finally answer the question of how these cuts were determined?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to stand and talk about some of the work that happens with Dudjagamic and Department of Health and Wellness. I just think it's important that we're on the record. So there was a reduction in the grants associated with Dudjagamic, but there is also core funding that's available to All New Nursing Strategy. It was a commitment that we've made over 5 years to increase representation and ensure education within All New communities to make sure that there are folks in community who can care for their loved ones. That is a new program. It remains intact. We're very proud of that program, and we will continue to support a pilot project in Eskasoni First Nation in collaboration with Chief Leroy to support EHS response in community. This is a project that we started with him, and we will continue.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, while this government makes cruel cuts to programs across the board, Nova Scotians' costs are going up. According to a report, Nova Scotian renters are spending more of their paychecks on rent than in any other province, and Nova Scotia is the least affordable rental market in the country. When will the Premier defend Nova Scotian renters so people can actually afford to stay and build their lives here at home?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after years of neglect from the previous two governments, Nova Scotia has finally needed leadership on the housing front. This government not only studied it, we actually took action on it. What we did, we made a plan that removed barriers while creating a supply. We also supported our people while we were building and reactivating our construction trades unit. Strong results, 68,000 housing units have been committed. Two home buyers programs are available for Nova Scotians right now. 36% increase in housing starts. Vacancy rate has more than doubled. Affordable vacancy rate has doubled. And housing prices are finally stabilizing.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like the Minister to table the information that affordable vacancies have doubled. While Nova Scotians' rents are rising, rents actually went down in almost every other province last year. People here are spending $5,700 more a year on rent than when this government was elected, and most of them just can't afford it. If this Premier was serious about making homes more affordable, people would be feeling the results. They would actually be affordable. And so my question to the Premier is, when can renters expect their costs to go down like they have for other Canadians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Housing.
Madam Speaker, in a province with a $1.7 billion housing plan, we are 3 years into a 5-year plan. We've met and exceeded every outcome. Madam Speaker, we've activated a construction trade sector that has been all but halted under previous governments. Why any member would stand in this House and ask a government to turn her back on a program that is actually showing results is questionable, to say the least. But you know what, Madam Speaker? Nova Scotians know why they're saying that. We know why we're saying that, and we have the courage to stand strong to continue. You know why? Because Nova Scotians deserve better.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians are increasingly concerned about protecting the land that protects our drinking water and local food systems. Recurring droughts demonstrate just how vulnerable our water supply can be. The Bridgewater watershed, including Lake Minnemecac and surrounding lakes, operates under a source water protection plan administered by the Bridgewater Public Service Commission since 2011. These protections must remain strong and responsive to emerging pressures, including climate change and new industrial activity driven by the Premier's resource development agenda. Over the last year, I've raised this issue with the Minister of Environment and encouraged the town of Bridgewater to seek a review of the watershed protections. And my question to the Minister is, has your office been contacted by the town of Bridgewater regarding a review of watershed protections, and is a source water protection plan review underway?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. Indeed, Nova Scotia does have a robust, strong monitoring system of water quality. In our approval processes, whether it's environmental assessment, whether it's industrial approval, Madam Speaker, we have strict terms and conditions that are attached to project approvals, and certainly water monitoring is often a very standard term and condition attached to approvals of this nature. I can confirm, Madam Speaker, that the water piece is a term and condition of that industrial approval, and ECC requires this baseline monitoring. The companies cannot begin operations without that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think it sounds like there's no review underway. Bridgewater's source water protection plan is now 14 years old. 14 years ago, we were not experiencing the kind of drought conditions we have now. We're not facing the same climate pressures. We were not discussing new exploration activity near protected lands. For families in Bridgewater and surrounding communities, this is about whether the water that comes out of their tap remains safe and reliable, not just this year, but for the next generation. Section 106 of the Environment Act gives the minister authority at the request of the operator, the Bridgewater Public Service Commission, to regulate or prohibit activities in protected water areas. Given the heightened concern following droughts, will the minister commit to reviewing the source water protection plan if requested by Bridgewater's Public Service Commission?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, the protections are already in place. In order for a company to begin operations, they have to complete the water piece. Our Bridgewater office, all our offices, are staffed with environmental experts, scientists, engineers. We have a robust monitoring system. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is a time of global climate change. It is a time when we are seeing the impacts of extreme weather events. And I want to assure all Nova Scotians throughout all our regions that we have a strong, robust monitoring system, a strong compliance team to ensure companies, as they engage, they are not damaging the environment or human health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. Many film industry workers voted for this government because they promised to support the film industry. And now this government is turning around and cutting half of the funding for the Screenwriters Development Fund, a fund that supports our local homegrown filmmakers. Madam Speaker, why did the minister go back on what his government promised to film workers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Cultures, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The film industry is growing. This year, we supported 117 productions, generating more than $240 million in economic spend, Madam Speaker. And we'll continue to invest in the Film Fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, art isn't siloed. The minister's cuts will hurt the whole sector. The union that represents film workers in Nova Scotia is IATSE 849. In a social media post, union member Kevin Lewis said, quote, "All of our cultural industries are intertwined. And when one part of us is attacked, all of us are attacked." And I can table his whole statement. What does the minister have to say to the people whose livelihoods he is threatening with these cuts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind the member that we're investing over $100 million back in community through our department, Madam Speaker. Since 2021-22, this department, through the Cultural Division, includes arts, culture, film, heritage, and major events and festivals, has seen their budget increase by 35%, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, on Tuesday, the Minister of Acadian Affairs and the Francophonie stood in the House and spoke about recognizing the Acadian culture in Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, the minister also recognized the Acadian culture in his budget cuts. The Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse has said, "Les compressions annoncées risquent d'entraîner de graves conséquences pour les régions acadiennes et francophones de la Nouvelle-Écosse." My question is, would the minister like to reconsider his recognition? And I'll table that.
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Madame la Présidente, je tiens à remercier la députée pour sa question. Grande reconnaissance pour le travail fait par la Fédération acadienne. Great appreciation for the work and the collaboration, the partnership with the Acadian Federation of Nova Scotia. We've been able to do leaps and bounds of what previous governments have done for the Acadian community in this province, including the previous NDP government, Madam Speaker, that actually recognizes the strength and the vibrancy of Nova Scotia's Acadian and Francophone community. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to do that, and that work will continue in collaboration with the FEN and many other community organizations across the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, these cuts are a threat to Acadian cultural organizations. FAN has demanded that this government reverse the cuts. They're cutting work that's essential to the social and economic future of Acadian communities across the province. Acadians will feel this government's cuts to arts and culture, to heritage groups and museums, to community organizations, and to early childhood education. Speaker, will the minister stand up for the Acadian community and vote against this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to be crystal clear, very clear for all members of this House, including all Acadians and Francophones across Nova Scotia. There are no program changes for my office, Madam Speaker. We deliver over approximately $400,000 in community supports through community and Francophone Acadian partnership programs, Madam Speaker. Support through Acadian Heritage Month, Madam Speaker. I really encourage the member to go look back and through the galleys of the Office of Acadian Affairs budget and see that from year to year, there's actually an increase in that funding, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to be there for our Acadian Francophone partners, and the work of the Acadian and Francophone community is through strength. L'union fait la force, Madam Speaker, and I stand by that every single day.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question today is for the Premier. Today, Sheila and Wesley Lees are here with us in the People's House. In honor of their daughter, after her death from a treatable condition called sepsis, they are advocating for minimum safe nurse-to-patient ratios, which will improve quality of patient care, improve working conditions for nurses. This is already in place in BC and is being advocated for our own Nova Scotia Nurses Union. Will the Premier make a commitment today to meet with Sheila and Wesley Lees while they are here in the People's House?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank Siobhan Lee's family for the advocacy work that they have done. The work that has happened with Nova Scotia Health and the Lees family has been significant, and as a result of their work and the work of other advocates, there are new sepsis protocols. There's an expanded scope of practice of the nursing staff in the emergency department. There's been increased education in the emergency room staff to identify and treat sepsis in an earlier fashion. I know it will never replace their loss, but I do want them to know that their actions, their advocacy, and Siobhan's case has made a significant difference in the system.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And protocols and policies mean nothing if they're not followed up with action. So if there's protocols in place to treat sepsis, but there's no staff there to implement them, they're no good. And that's why we continue to see deaths from sepsis in our ERs here in Nova Scotia. This family are constituents of the Premier. They have made numerous calls to his office asking for a meeting, including after the college made their ruling in January. They shouldn't have to travel to Halifax from Pictou to get a meeting with their own MLA. Will the Premier make a commitment today to meet with this grieving family who want to see positive change after the death of their own daughter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to the point around the ratios that the member asked, There is work that is underway with Nova Scotia Nurses Union. It was part of the last contract negotiations. So the ratio of nurses to patients is important, but so is the competency and the skill mix. And so if you have several people and it's a fixed ratio, but they don't have the competencies or the skills in order to provide the care, it actually is not always in the best interest of patients. So we'll continue to work with the union. We are going unit by unit through Nova Scotia Health to understand the complexity and acuity of patients and also the skill set required in the nursing. So while I can't commit to fixed ratios, what I can commit is that there will be flexible staffing in order to support patients at Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, yesterday I was surprised and disappointed to hear the Minister of Seniors Long-Term Care downplay the cuts of long-term care as simply being administrative. Two things. These are people, not statistics, not numbers. Secondly, as the minister knows, there's no slack in long-term care. Everyone from the front desk to CCAs work hard to provide care. So my question to the minister, will the minister respectfully admit that these cuts are going to impact patient care and safety?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Normally, I thank members for questions, but I'm not sure that what I said yesterday was characterized accurately. Madam Speaker, I have the utmost respect for everyone who works in both our home care and long-term care sector. And with the investments that our province has made in the last 5 years, we have increased the safety of staff in our nursing homes so that the injury rate is actually considered down for the last 4 years in a row. Madam Speaker, we have increased the staffing level in long-term care to the highest in the country. Those investments we are sustaining, Madam Speaker. The impact of the changes in this budget are difficult. We are going to work with the service providers to minimize the impact.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the minister also told this House that the standard of 4.1 hours of care for each resident would be protected from cuts. However, the minister knows as well as I do, and this is supported by FOIPOP, that 4 out of 10 long-term homes aren't hitting the standard of 4.1 hours per day. That's because even though they're funded, they simply don't have the staff to provide the care. My question is, how can the minister ensure all Nova Scotians in long term will receive the 4.1 hours care daily going forward with these cuts when it's not happening now?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am almost there, but I'm not quite there yet. But on a very serious note, that's an excellent question. When we took over as government, I don't know the exact percentage of how short-staffed we were because, frankly, the previous government had no idea how many staff they had, how often they weren't there, or what the vacancy rate was, Madam Speaker. What I do know now is that the vacancy rate under this government has continued to decline every year. But the member is correct. We are not fully staffed in every facility, but 98% of our nursing homes across the province are funded fully to the 4.1 hours of care. And with investments in 3,000 CCAs with free tuition, free LPN course, Madam Speaker, we are well on our way to achieving that goal.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, Haley Street Society in North Sydney supports more than 70 people with disabilities and their families. This is such important work. Their programs help people live in community and support families already under stress. But thanks to this government's cuts, they're losing $120,000 in funding. Why is the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development cutting support for people with disabilities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. There are hundreds of organizations across the province doing incredible work in both of my departments. The changes in our budget were a reflection of our fiscal reality. It is not a reflection of the incredible work that all of these organizations are doing. We realize that these budget decisions were difficult, but we are moving to a human rights remedy that is transforming the sector to where we are giving the service provider the money, to where we're giving the individual direct control over their funds. And that transformation is a 5-year transformation, which is very challenging for all of the organizations, but we're working with all of them to ensure that that transition is as smooth as possible.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, this flies in the face of the remedy. These 34 organizations are part of the remedy. Every day, families rely on Haley Street Society and organizations like them. They provide care, community, and jobs for people with disabilities. Without them, families face burnout and people may be pushed into institutional care when they'd rather stay at home. This hurts families and costs Nova Scotians more in the long run. Why is the minister making cuts that put vulnerable Nova Scotians at risk?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. These decisions were very difficult, but I want to be able to ensure all Nova Scotians that while we have reduced some funding to our community-based service providers, they are still going to continue to receive funding. But this year's budget alone is including $180 million for the remedy to support those with disabilities. That is an increase of $60 million this year alone, Madam Speaker. What is important for all Nova Scotians to understand over the next 2.5 years that it is the individual who is going to receive the funding, not the service provider, because this is about choice, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we all know that this government is running a record-breaking deficit and cutting research programs that help Nova Scotians. One of these programs was the Scotia Scholars Program through Research Nova Scotia, which funded researchers studying disease detection, diagnosis, treatment and prevention, healthcare delivery systems, caring for vulnerable populations, and promoting future health and well-being. The government is cutting important research programs across the province, and its future generations will have to pay for the lack of investment. My question to the Premier, why did he end the Scotia Scholars Program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we continue to fund Research Nova Scotia, and we continue to fund the valuable research that's being done here in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, what we're doing now is we're funding research that's ready to go to market, research that's ready to have impact on Nova Scotians' lives today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to live within a fiscal envelope, and that envelope we are making sure that the research is being done is ready to roll out to help Nova Scotians from one end of this province to the other.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government said last month that this change was about improving our economy. I've spoken to economists, business leaders, and Nova Scotians about how to improve our economy. One of the top things that come up is leveraging our 10 universities and incredible community college to grow investment in our province. We have incredible institutions, a highly educated population, and our universities are economic drivers across Nova Scotia. But instead of using these universities for growth, this government stifles them by cutting programs like the Brain Repair Centre at Dalhousie University. My question to the Premier, will he take his hands off university research, support our education sector, and restore this essential funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, Madam Speaker. We continue to fund our universities, Madam Speaker. In a time of tight financial envelopes, Madam Speaker, we actually increased our university grants, Madam Speaker. We continue to work with them. They're doing valuable work. The members heard me say time and time again, our universities, our NSCC, all of our institutions are a beacon for this province. We'll continue to fund them, we'll continue to work with them, and we appreciate all the hard work they do.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
This winter, 71 Nova Scotians were laid off from Ubisoft Halifax, immediately following their exercising their right to form a union. These are hardworking professionals whose careers and lives were harmed through no fault of their own. The timing of this closure raises question about protections for workers who decide to form a union in this province. Why didn't the minister try to defend these workers and save their jobs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. I mean, layoffs are difficult. Any time that a business closes in Nova Scotia, it's a bad day for Nova Scotians. The company says this closure was part of a broader global shift. I want the member to know that our government has reached out and was proactively supporting workers and those affected. The Labour Board is independent. The member knows whether he's sitting there, I'm sitting there. The Labour Board is independent of government, and I have every confidence that when they make a decision, they'll make a fair decision. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Since 2017, Ubisoft has taken more than $12 million in provincial tax credits, including almost $1.8 million last year alone. The government's inaction on this file let money that could have saved some of the grants and programs this government cut in its latest budget walk straight out the door to France. Can the minister explain why his government is content to hand over public dollars to corporations and let them walk out the door?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I want to let all Nova Scotians know we sympathize with the workers of Ubisoft and what happened. The reality is the digital media tax credit is something that a company can apply for, and after they've spent the money or done what they required to do, then we reimburse them. So they have to put that. So this is a contractual obligation we make with the Ubisoft. They met their contractual obligation, so we had a contractual obligation to reimburse them on that tax credit. This is part of our digital media strategy, which many companies have taken advantage of.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Speaker, this government's budget has so many cuts to programs that support persons with disabilities. We hear about more of them every day. People, families, communities, they wonder what will be left if this budget passes. On top of that, we know cuts to education and arts and culture will also have an impact, threatening spaces where many have found belonging. How many cuts does this government intend to pile on Nova Scotians with disabilities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. What is important for Nova Scotians to understand is that the budget in my department to support those with disabilities is going up by $60 million. That is almost more than half of what the increase is for my department, Madam Speaker. And there are a number of things that we are using that money for, including recruiting providers to expand access to a new program that's coming called Home Share, which is going to allow people with disabilities to move into community and to have the public be paid to welcome them into their home. It's been a program that has been launched across this country, Madam Speaker. It is one of the remedy solutions that was court-ordered, and we're going to continue those supports.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Speaker, it's true. This government has a legal deadline to overhaul how it supports Nova Scotians with disabilities, and they're more than halfway to that deadline. Even before this government's budget, with devastating cuts to programs for persons with disabilities, the province said that they aren't on track to meet their commitments. How does this government expect to meet their commitment to persons with disabilities while cutting funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. This is a historic transformation of ending discrimination for the disabled in Nova Scotia. And Madam Speaker, it is a court order, but it is the right thing to do. And there are 6 requirements that the department is well focused on and ready to commit to achieving within the 5-year guideline. That transformation includes a number of initiatives, including the home share, which is a court-ordered remedy, which isn't just a solution, it's a financial commitment that our government is made a priority. We're supporting Nova Scotians to have individualized funding. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is that for the first time, the person with disabilities is going to have the funding and they choose how they're going to spend that money.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firefighters across Nova Scotia provide an essential service, protecting lives, homes, and critical infrastructure. In many rural areas, those services are delivered by volunteer departments that rely heavily on local fundraising to maintain their equipment and infrastructure. But modern fire vehicles are large and complex, and many departments are struggling with aging halls and bays that can't accommodate newer vehicles. Many departments, like Hempford and District Volunteer Fire Department and the Tri-District Department, have reached out about these pressures and the need to update infrastructure, but there's no provincial capital funding program to help departments upgrade their facilities. My question to the Minister responsible for emergency management is this: does the Minister intend to establish provincial capital funding to help fire departments modernize the infrastructure they need to protect communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is exactly why we are engaging fire departments right across our province. This is why we have legislation before this House right now. We've listened to firefighters all across the province. They want better governance. They need safer equipment. They need a funding model that is going to help them. We are listening to firefighters, and that member knows we are.
Hear, hear. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't ask about engagement or legislation. I asked about funding. The minister herself recognized the need for this kind of capital funding just last year when she secured $600,000 in capital funding for a fire department in her own constituency to, as she said, ensure that the dedicated members of the department have the space, equipment, access, and infrastructure they need to respond quickly and effectively when emergencies strike. So my question is simple. Doesn't every department deserve the space, equipment, access, and infrastructure they need to respond quickly and effectively when emergency strikes? And if the support was important enough for her community just months ago, will the minister now ensure that fire departments across Nova Scotia have access to a fair and transparent capital funding program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I will say to the honourable member across is the members that are volunteer in our firefighters, in our firefighting system right across our province, they know I care. And they don't need it to come to the floor of the legislature to ask a question. I am out there every day meeting with these people. That's why we have quadrupled the exemplary service for them to have more equipment. We've put $2.1 million into 2 new mobile units. Will the member not want that in her constituency? What about $480,000 for 4 new multi-propane systems? The fire service is asking for this. What does that member not want?
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For almost 240 years, Cosset House in Sydney has stood strong. It is one of the oldest buildings in the region, and it's been operating as a museum since 1977. Cosset House teaches us about the past, but this government is taking away its future. To the Minister of Community Services, Tourism and Heritage, if other governments could keep Cosset House open for decades, why can't this government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, these reductions and cuts are definitely challenging right across the board, but our museums do important work. They connect people to our heritage, but we need to modernize our museums. system to ensure the system is sustainable and to serve the people for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to apologize to the Minister for getting his department wrong for CCTH. Heritage Cape Breton Connection wrote to the Minister warning that closing Cosset House threatens heritage tourism and community programs that people have spent decades building. Heritage sites like this aren't just buildings. They're places where stories are preserved and communities come together. Why is the Minister destroying that heritage that communities and previous governments worked generations to protect?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. That said, we know this will be a challenge, and for some organizations, and again, we're committed. We're committed to working with them and listening to their concerns. But in addition to the 16 provincial museums, we still provide funding support to 65 community museums right across this province, Madam Speaker. And we'll continue to work with community. We'll continue to work within our museum system. We'll continue to listen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Will the fifth Minister for Community Services in the last 5 years finally commit to establishing a child and youth advocate in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Order. Before we move on, I think it only appropriate, and I should have done this before the doors opened, that I would love for all members, and particularly the female members, to go to the Red Chamber shortly after or during a recess at some point to get a picture for International Women's Day, for the Government House Facebook, and of course for anyone else who wants it. Sure. Anyone? We're going to have a short little recess. We'll turn the bells on. I would say 5 minutes. See you in 5. Order. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Please call order of business, public bills in order.
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call bill number 212 for second reading?
Bill number 212. I recognize the Honorable Member for Halifax City, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to shuffle some things here. I think it's clear in this House that many of us share the same objectives. And with regards to the purpose of this bill, we all want more homes for Nova Scotians. Whether we rent, whether we buy, in urban areas, in suburban areas, in rural areas, we want people to feel safe and secure in their homes. I definitely have been seeing lots and lots of building in my riding in Halifax, Sable Island. Not Sable Island, but Halifax, Sable. Actually, there's some great green technology going in on Sable Island, but that's for another day. But certainly in Halifax, Sable, there's a lot of cranes, there's been a lot of buildings. And there's a bunch of really beautiful buildings because, of course, I get to go in and see people in them and knock on their doors. I know I've met many of you at the doors. I think, and obviously lots of folks here know what those new buildings look like on the inside because that's where you live. That's where you rent your apartments here in the city. And they're beautiful, but they're not affordable. And so the work continues. I have some stats that I will table the data for. As the member for Dartmouth South spoke about in question period, the cost of average rent in Nova Scotia has increased by more than $5,700 a year, or $477 more per month. I always caution when we use averages, but obviously that means that in some cases the rent has gone up a lot more. And so that's a 40% increase in average monthly rent since October 2021. Average asking rents in Nova Scotia are now higher than Ontario, taking the second place spot for the highest in the country. And looking at home purchasing power. So according to the Federal Parliamentary Budget Office, the price of homes in Halifax are 75% higher than what the typical household in Halifax can afford. And that home purchasing price power is like the highest in Canada. The price of an average home in Nova Scotia is up by $71,300 since this government was elected, or 20.5%. In Halifax, it has gone up by $95,600, or 21%, according to the Canadian Real Estate Association. The percentage of monthly income that the average family would have to pay to afford the average priced home is a metric that the CMHC calls the home buying affordability ratio. From 2019 to 2024, the home buying affordability ratio in Nova Scotia increased from 26% to 49%. And so to sort of translate that a little bit, economic growth, wages have not kept pace with the cost of housing. And in fact, so it's basically almost doubled the gap between what Nova Scotians have access to in terms of income and the price of our home buying affordability ratio has gotten worse. And we also know that there's been a loss of a lot of affordable housing stock. So in Halifax, 8,000 affordable housing units have been lost over the past 5 years, and that's 25% of the total stock. And I see that every day in Halifax, Sable Island. So I see that when long-standing apartment buildings. Again, I'm in them, I see them. People are really, people are concerned. They have no complaints about their housing in many cases, and those older buildings are being knocked down, not to develop things that are sort of equally affordable, not to develop apartments where we're going to see the mix of students and newcomers and seniors that live there today, and folks, trying to get a start. Maybe they're working in downtown Halifax. And one of the other areas that we've lost a ton of affordable housing in, and again, we can go for a little walk in the neighborhood and look around, but there's also been no attempt to stop developers from knocking down existing housing before there's ever any development plan. So, again, after I was elected in 2021, really quickly, a whole bunch of housing went down on Roby Street. I'd been at those doors. I'd seen people living in them. A whole bunch of housing went down on Coburg Road. A whole bunch of housing went down on South Street. And those vacant lots are still there. There's no development permits in place. There's no sign that people will have housing there, that people will be able to live there. It will be years, if not decades, because the situation is changing. So, we aren't holding folks to account to build the type of housing that folks can afford. The population growth is stalling. And so I don't know when developers would think it's worth their while, it's worth the investment, it's going to be a good thing to do to develop those, whether or not there'll be affordable units in them, whether or not we'll have the right rules in place to hold them. So we have a lot to do for housing. We have a lot of ground to make. I appreciate the Minister of Housing talking about 65,000 units. That's not started. That's created the conditions for 65,000 units. I believe, based on a recent public accounts committee meeting, that in fact it's about 10,000 units that have been started, and I think just over 3,000 of those are affordable, which is great. So the affordable units are progressing, but we know it's just not enough. And I guess what I would say is that I don't think our housing policy is working yet. I respectfully submit that when I look at all the data, I just don't see it working. And rent has increased despite a cap, and I wonder why. Well, it increases when when landlords are able to put people on fixed-term leases, which were like never a thing. I mean, I was a student here, a young adult. I've rented in the city, and I remember the first time in 2021, again, post-election, with the creation of this cap system and the fixed-term lease loophole and that sort of thing. I remember the first time that students called me from SMU. Actually, a SMU administrator called me and was like, I have students who've just come back and they signed a lease before they left in March or whatever to start September 1st. And they're being told that they have to sign a new lease or they won't get the apartment. They're being told they have to sign a new lease, and it only takes them through until April 1st. And so thus began my experience of understanding what fixed-term leases were. And so what that meant was, we managed to get those students into that accommodation. But what happens when people sign fixed-term leases, because remember, that is back when we had a huge housing crunch, a huge housing crisis. So, of course, people were willing to sign anything to get their home established. So what that meant was, at the end of that fixed-term lease, there was no requirement to renew the lease, and really without sort of explanation, and thus new people were able to move in, the landlord increases the rent, and so on and so on. And you can see, I mean, I have letters, I've tabled a letter before from a couple of retired teachers in my riding who all of a sudden ended up in the fixed term lease cycle. And so their pensions are not growing at the same rate as their rental increases. So year over year, you know, I don't know what the pension is increasing at, let's say for a good 2%, teacher's pension increasing. It's not much. And a member has provided me a note that maybe it's not increasing at all right now, but the rent is. And, you know, so I submit that I don't think the housing policies have been working. Yes, there are cranes in the sky. Yes, there are some new developments. Yes, there are some beautiful buildings in my riding. Absolutely. But we really aren't making homes for everybody. And then, you know, I also think about, I mean, homelessness has doubled in Halifax in the most recent point in time survey. And it's true, we're getting people into temporary shelters quicker. But, you know, it becomes a bit of a revolving door, too, for folks. So this bill comes in that context, how to make housing, I actually don't remember the title, but more efficient, more easier, more work on housing in Nova Scotia, which is great, super important. We need to keep doing that, but I don't think we're quite on the right track at this point. You know, when I look at this bill, you know, it continues provincial overreach into municipal affairs and their ability to plan with their citizens. You know, I think there has been a perpetual disrespect for that level of government from this government, and its relationships with the citizens. We know this, right? I mean, I have never been in municipal politics, but I get it, because when I walk out my door and I have a question about a sidewalk, or you know, I'm worried about somebody building too far into their backyard that might touch my backyard. I mean, it's your, you know, it's your home, it's your daily life. And so municipal representatives put themselves forward like we do and work really hard to get elected, like we all did, because they want to make a difference for their citizens. And every legislative session, I'm pretty sure this government has brought in legislation that fractures that relationship between municipal representatives and their citizens. That makes it really hard for folks to feel like they can be heard. And certainly there are groups of folks, constituents in my riding, who have organized, honestly, in hundreds strong, because they are concerned about the type of development that's happening in their neighborhoods and the vacuum around who to go talk to. And you know, and I've written letters to the task force, and I've done all those things, but we've made it really hard for people to engage on what's happening in the municipalities. And this bill continues that overreach. And as well, you know, and I have questions about the continuation of the pursuit of special planning areas that aren't already hooked up to municipal service areas, and I will talk a bit about that in a moment. And I'm concerned too, because like we all see it, HRM is deliberating its own budget. And it doesn't look good, folks, right? Like they're also struggling with lots of cost issues, trying to avoid a major tax hike for HRM residents. And when I look around my riding, like 3 streets, let's just go for a drive on 3 streets, folks. And why would we not replace that housing? Because the infrastructure's there. The number 1 is there. The number 9 runs down Roby. Like it's all there. The transit's there, the schools are there. Why would we not fill that up? Why would we not fill up Bloomfield and St. Pat's, Alexandra, and other areas that have been empty for so long? And so I just, so that's, that is sort of one concern, is like the tax burden, we expect municipalities to pick up stuff, but at the same time, we take away their ability to really work on behalf of their citizens. Just gonna take a quick. So I want to talk a bit about Sandy Lake. And so I do understand that often we talk about the fact that in 2006, that the area somewhere around Sandy Lake was identified by HRM as a potential area for growth. But I would say that lots has changed since 2006. So that particular area, I know quite well and think about in terms of services and think about in terms of transit. I was a hockey parent for a really long time, and I spent a lot of time driving to BMO and back, and often at peak traffic hours. And so since 2006, things have really changed out on the Hammonds Plains Road and in that area. Traffic can be excruciating, and I don't think that's not hyperbole. That is actually, if you've ever gotten stuck when there's been an accident on the Hammonds Plains Road, you know what I'm talking about. And again, just to go back, and this is a time when, Halifax Transit is struggling to meet the needs of folks already on routes and folks already in neighborhoods. So, it's a major issue. And then, I also think about the persistent environmental issues, which I would submit have been ignored and rushed in this process. So I'm going to talk a bit about what Sandy Lake has to offer in a moment. There was a Stantec land suitability assessment of Sandy Lake special planning area that was released by the province on May 16th, 2025. Actually, I didn't print that out to table, but I can do that later. I have other things printed. And in it, Stantec themselves notes, honestly, that the report has deficiencies. Stantec in it says more study is needed on at least 20 topics, including the floodplain study. And that happened because they were trying to do this work which was time limited. They were not granted any more time amongst the 2023 floods and wildfires. So they couldn't get into certain areas. There was lots going on. And so, that's the basis of the work. And even the contractor has said, listen, we couldn't do everything we wanted to do. There's more to be done. We did not examine everything in our RFP that we said we were going to because of what was going on around everyone. And and people, are working hard for Sandy Lake. I will table a letter from July 2025 to the Minister of Housing at the time, to Minister of Environment, pardon me. And this is from Dr. David Patriquin, who is a retired professor of biology at Dalhousie University. Dr. Patriquin is a great example of why we support advanced research in this province. He is an international expert on ecological integrity. And so I'll start with him, and then I'll start with an overview of a bit more about the data. So he wrote in July 18th, 2025, Minister LeBlanc, it is my understanding that you, the Nova Scotia government, have the final say in matters related to the future service communities.
Order. Just what's the name?
No, it was a pause, and I didn't know, but I'll avoid it from now on.
Thank you.
Related to future service communities in HRM. I appreciate your government and HRM's efforts to evaluate environmental concerns via the Stantec community studies, and your reassurances that mitigation efforts will be looked at, and that Nova Scotians take great pride in our environment and our government and would not do anything to jeopardize our environment. The letter was also addressed to someone who's identifies the lead planner for the Sandy Lake SPA. So he makes reference to their name. I just recently learned that this person, that you are the lead planner for the Sandy Lake SPA and will be managing the project through the comprehensive planning process. Reading Stantec's summary, watershed, and LSA reports for the Sandy Lake Special Planning Area, I was dismayed, actually shocked, to see the large slate of observations, parentheses data, pertaining to the current state of Sandy Lake that I shared and discussed with Stantec was not made use of in these reports. As well, I brought to Stantec's attention related observations that were conducted completely independently and as part of a more formal scientific study. Those likewise were not made use of in the Stantec reports. Even in regard to Stantec's own observations on Sandy Lake in 2023 and their interpretation of those data and of the historical data they did consider, there are significant interpretation errors and deficiencies. These missing data and related comments, outlined and detailed in the attached documents, are highly pertinent to the state of Sandy Lake and how it responds to development and related mitigation actions. For a brief read, I'm going to table the overview. I'm appealing to you, Minister, that the missing data and related comments and concerns be appropriately considered. Not that they be accepted necessarily, but that they be properly vetted. Asked by an independent authority to review the observations and comments and the Stantec reports and to make recommendations accordingly. I would hope that the secondary planning process could be put on hold pending the outcome of such a review. Regardless, I bring the missing data to your attention and that of the HRM lead planner for the Sandy Lake SPA and of others who may be involved in making decisions related to the Sandy Lake development and secondary planning process. And so I use that as an introduction, and I'll just talk a bit about what the data was, in particular that was summarized. Summary. Again, this is an article by Dr. David Patriquin that you can easily find online for your own reference. Summary. The critical data have to do with very low deep water oxygen and evidence for internal phosphorus loading in Sandy Lake. Recent monitoring and research revealed that such conditions now exist in more than a few lakes in HRM and elsewhere in Nova Scotia. Mitigation measures, additional to those being recommended for new developments, including in some cases no new development, are required to protect the water quality of such lakes. And so I've had a chance to go and walk around Sandy Lake and look at where the proposed special planning area is, and to understand that one of the huge concerns is where there would be housing built, really risks draining, I don't have the technical language, but our everyday lives, we can imagine that if we went and sat up on the side of a lake, that some things would affect the lake. And so, Sandy Lake is huge. The proposed area is huge. So that's part of the challenge. As I said, the Stantec report was not able to complete the floodplain survey. And again, we're in, an ever-changing climate that's bringing lots and lots of surprises to us over the past 5 years of wildfires, floods, drought, and I think folks who have found themselves perhaps in an existing floodplain, so they occupy a house that was built before perhaps that was known or evaluated, know what that experience is like. And certainly I have, friends who had to move out of, their spaces in Bedford because they were completely flooded, and they were kind of ruined and really waiting for the next time that might happen. So, so that's the challenge, and it's like, major development, normal winter salting, all those sorts of things change the ecosystem. And the other thing about Sandy Lake is that it plays a role in the health of the Atlantic salmon connected to the Sackville rivers. And so another concern is that salmon has been found in this lake, and that anything that disrupts the lake will create, you know, a negative habitat for salmon. And we know that around HRM, there is a critical habitat and wildlife corridor that runs sort of Sackville River across the Chebucto Head and down. And lots of what's happening in special planning areas, in fact, would disturb that. So I'm just going to talk a bit about wildlife corridors and why they matter. Wildlife corridors are natural spaces that connect core areas of habitat, both land and aquatic, allowing wildlife to move safely through the landscape. They are typically characterized by dense canopy cover, unbroken land connection of green, blue, wild, and open spaces, and include buffers for wetlands and watercourses. By connecting large parcels of wilderness, wildlife corridors are essential for creating ecological connectivity. And so the ecological key to healthy and thriving ecosystems, ecological connectivity allows for the creation of an interconnected, wide-scale green network. This supports biodiversity and important ecosystem functions, such as natural fire and flood protection, carbon storage, and safeguarding air, soil, and water quality. Ecological connectivity and wildlife corridors allow native wildlife to move safely through their habitats, allowing for their natural migration, breeding, and feeding patterns. They're critical to protect in urban areas under development pressure, habitat fragmentation, and urban sprawl. They facilitate ecological connectivity around urban spaces. So when I think about Sandy Lake, you know, I really think about this incredibly valuable area. There's some old growth forest in there. If you've not walked in the wilderness around Sandy Lake, it is stunning. And again, you know, I think we share common values around, you know, we are a province that has been, you know, fully deforested, and we have little pockets now that have come back. So our old growth is not 1,000 years. Our old growth is a couple hundred years. As I said before, in Ingram River, there's a stand that's about 500 years old. And this is part of our natural heritage. It's part of our ecosystem. We want to protect it. Another special planning area that I am concerned about is the Birch Mountain Blue Cove Lake area, or the Highway 102 corridor. It's very convenient to refer to it as the Highway 102 project because that doesn't talk about the lakes and the natural significance of the area. You know, this is an area that this government, in the 2023 Collaborative Protected Strategies, Collaborative Protected Area Strategy, identified by name as an area to preserve and welcome into the count. It is, you know, people have been working towards having an urban national park in our city. And again, if you haven't hiked it, or there's parts you can bike and blah, 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 but if you haven't gone in there, it is stunning. And for folks, you know, in HRM, especially folks in Clayton Park and Bedford, it is like having, well, a national park on your doorstep. And I would question, again, this area where there's already been extensive development, you know, in terms of that area, but this is an area that doesn't have services. It doesn't have access to municipal services. It is a big lift to think about HRM being able to create the municipal services necessary to build in that area. So, you know, I think those two areas in particular, so extending the task force, continuing consideration of special planning areas, you know, communities are mobilized about this, and I know lots of members in this House have gone to community meetings. And so communities are mobilized. As well, you know, I am concerned that for Sandy Lake, we have not had gone back to say, originally we said there were like 40 things to go study, and because of the context, we're able to study 20 of them, and we haven't studied the rest. So from this government's own markers of what was important to study in terms of ecological impact, it's not done yet. And yet Sandy Lake has gone on to second stage planning. And, you know, not to state the obvious, but once it's gone, it's gone. We have lots of spaces in the HRM connected to services that we could build on. I would love to see those, like, you know, they're also kind of ugly, Roby Street and Coburg Road and South Street. I mean, I would love to see people living there. And people would love to be living there because, I mean, they're obviously very close to the hospitals for workers, and they're very close to the universities for folks there. And, you know, and I do have a lot of concern. Again, I'm not a municipal policy expert by any means, but I have a lot of concern, you know, as a citizen of HRM, but also thinking about the current relationship with municipalities and downloading and downloading costs, demanding that folks, that cities and municipalities and their citizens respond to these developments by paying more for those services. And you know, in this past November 2025, I attended the annual general meeting of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, and I heard on many issues deep concern, and I would say with regards to things like coastal protection, deep anger from a variety of municipalities across the province. So this government has downloaded responsibility without the framework wanted and is not adequately financing. And so, you know, I think, but I really just, you know, I really just am concerned about this pursuit of special planning areas and municipal development in ways that continue to leave municipal governance behind. I just need to find one more note, if I can have a second. And I think the other thing, you know, one of the things that we have spoken about in this House before is, you know, the need for a lake strategy because particularly our urban lakes, but, you know, I mean, cottage country, we know lakes are under stress. And, you know, and I remember when, you know, we didn't have blue-green algae in the area in Nova Scotia, really. I remember coming, you know, moving back from Ontario, having had relatives with a cottage in Quebec where you couldn't, like, you know, you had a little baby who couldn't touch the water. And so this is happening more and more. We're seeing more and more reports of blue-green algae. You know, we need to protect our lakes. And so I think when we're looking at something called Sandy Lake and Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, we're talking about a really important ecosystem, one that many Nova Scotians have been working to protect. They've been collecting data as citizen scientists. They have been presenting that data. They have done the work, and I don't think we've got the answers for them yet. So I think that would be really important to consider. I'm just looking for one more reference piece of paper. I apologize. Just one second. And, you know, this government needs to work more closely with municipalities in respectful relationships. When legislation continues to centralize power with the provincial government and override municipal planning decisions, I can tell you that people are not happy. I have lots and lots of letters. I'll try and get them some of them pulled together for consideration in this House, where time and time again, constituents in my riding are like, I am surprised to be writing to you about housing issues. I'm surprised to be writing to you about development issues because, you know, this was a municipal issue. And when I write to my councillor, they say to contact the province. So we need better collaboration. I think we need to take a good hard look at where we have infrastructure and where we can build. And, you know, I just think when I picture what we have available throughout HRM that's already hooked up to services versus sprawling development in new areas, you know, I also am really doubtful, reluctant, concerned that that also will not result in affordable housing. And I think we all want more affordable housing. Lots of us are concerned about this. And we need to really think about where we can get to quickly in order to facilitate that. I think at this point I will take my seat, but I look forward to further discussion on Bill 212.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased actually to be standing today and speaking about Bill 312, the Act respecting administrative measures for housing. And so I think the last couple of times I've stood at second reading to speak, I've started with the Act itself, which is often a good place to start. But this time, housing is an issue. I mean, all of these issues are issues that we regularly hear from constituents on, but housing is a live wire, certainly, and a number of recurring questions have arisen in my constituency. And so I think rather than starting with the terms of the Act today, what I'm going to start with is an outline of a number of issues that constituents have expressed to me and that we're experiencing in Lunenburg West that I was hoping to see or was expecting potentially to see in legislation that's being tabled to support improvements in housing. So that's where I'll start. I'll start with what I'm looking for as I look at this bill. And then I'll go back and take a look at the bill itself, and, you know, sort of within that purposive lens that we use at second reading to understand the overall purpose and objectives and get a sense for how the clauses contribute to that. After that, I want to compare the two. And then I'm going to give a bit of a spoiler alert because what does appear to me from my review of this Act, and we also heard the member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island speak to this, although the Act is described as relating to administrative measures for housing, and certainly some of it reflects that, there are some significant clauses in here that actually relate to division of powers and responsibilities between provincial government and municipal government, which may support or impact housing in any communities, but that's certainly a much broader issue than housing. So I think to have any intelligent debate or conversation around that, it's important that we really identify what that division of powers already looks like, understand the root of it, so that we can understand the impacts of changes that are being proposed in this legislation. So that's a bit of a spoiler alert for my review of the clauses of the bill. And then I'll have a few closing remarks and thoughts at the end to kind of wrap it all up. So what am I looking for? Was certainly pleased to be advised that there was an Act coming forward respecting administrative measures for housing. I don't, let me see now, actually. No, I don't have the little I try and keep track of when we get information. I don't have that little chart here, but I think fairly consistently the legislation that came forward this session came forward. We were given advance notice the night before that legislation was being tabled. So then a few short hours later on opposition, we got the opportunity to be briefed on it, and then it was tabled immediately following that during the day, that same day in the session of the House. So I'm quite confident that the Act respecting administrative measures for housing followed that timeline as well. So, you know, we didn't have the benefit in advance of preparing preparing anything in relation to the Act because, you know, we got it and then walked onto the floor of the House. So we've done this preparation as we've been going along. It really would have been helpful, certainly to receive the bill or even an indication that the bill was coming forward in advance of that. But we're all quite equipped here to manage through, even if the procedures aren't ideal. So that's what we're doing. So I did go back once we did learn that there was a piece of housing legislation coming forward, did go back to look at some of the correspondence I've received and some of the issues we've been dealing with in Lunenburg West on housing. And I'm not going to necessarily cover all of them, but I'm going to cover a few that are recurring themes and issues. So the first one is in relation to an announcement for public housing that was made back in March of 2024. And that was, I think, a suite of announcements for public housing across the province that were intended to be built. And I had actually had the opportunity to ask the minister about these announcements and the progress or lack thereof during estimates. So these were announcements across the province for units to be built for public housing. In our constituency, in our area, the announcement was for a new 3-story 21-unit building to have a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, providing homes for up to 94 people, and with a first floor that would be fully accessible. This is a really important. This is really important for our area because most, if not all, of the public housing that currently exists in Lunenburg West is not for families. It's for single people or couples. It's not. It's really not designed for, nor does it have space for larger families. So I think this was a very exciting announcement for community, but nothing has happened since that time. And when I asked the minister about it, he did indicate that a tender had been gone out, it was awarded, and then it was declined because of the cost and pulled back. And now there's a reevaluation happening, something about geo assessments, and so I'm hopeful maybe there'll be some progress that can be reported on. But when I reviewed this Act, I was interested to see if there was anything in the Act to support a more speedy delivery on those public housing announcements that have been made. I think that there may have been one in the area of Hants as well that hasn't progressed, although some others have progressed, and I believe there have even been announcements since these ones came out. So that was one thing that I was looking for here when I reviewed the Act. The second thing I was looking for when I reviewed the Act was something that would help with our ongoing loss of what I'm going to call naturally occurring affordable housing. And I would love it if there's an actual phrase that I should be using to refer to this. But to explain what I'm talking about when I say that, certainly in our area, we know that there are many landlords who, for a variety of reasons, because they have tenants that they very much valued and wanted to keep in place in their rental units, had kept rents quite low for many, many years. And that worked very well prior to the cap coming into place because we didn't see the kind of cost escalation that we do now. So these are what I'm calling naturally occurring affordable units. Often they are, folks landlords who maybe own 1 or 2 properties, and they maintain them, and they have great relationships with their tenants, and it's an arrangement that works for everybody. It's affordable, it's collegial, and it helps the landlord financially. It also helps the tenant financially. And so this is a profile of rental housing that we've seen a lot of in Bridgewater, and I suspect we see that same sort of thing occurring across the province. So what happened, though, when the rent cap was imposed, and the rent cap has had, positive impacts for people who are protected by it, but we've discussed in this House many times the negative impacts it has as well. This is one of the negative impacts. So for landlords who were maintaining that kind of affordable, naturally occurring affordable rental units, the rent cap came on, but their costs continue to escalate. So their insurance has gone up, and the cost of maintenance of their properties continues to escalate. And so many of them have found themselves in a position where the rent was capped at those very low rates, hundreds, if not even more than $1,000 below what is now market value. And they found themselves unable to pay their mortgage, to cover their insurance, to cover the costs of repairs on their properties. And it put them in the untenable position of having to either be out of pocket to maintain these properties and keep these units affordable and be in compliance with the 5% rent cap, or having to make the decision to sell their property because they just couldn't afford to keep it anymore. And this is happening at a time when the values of property also is escalating. So all of those things combine together to make it almost impossible, if not impossible, for many of those landlords to maintain their properties and keep their properties. So what happens then if they make the decision that they need to sell? Well, they sell, and then someone who is purchasing is paying a market value of a property, and we know those market values have escalated. And if they decide to then rent it to someone else, renovate and rent, they are in a position, having now purchased a new property or purchased the property, to evict the people who were living there and increase the rents. And we've seen that happen time and time again with these naturally occurring affordable housing units in our community. And through no fault of the people who own the property, the landlords who own the property, who are just trying to do their due diligence to maintain the property in a safe way and pay their bills as they do. No fault necessarily of the purchaser. They are purchasing in a particular market, and they're taking advantage of that, which it's a free market, they're free to do. And the laws allow them to do that and to then evict and renovate. And as I've described, these properties actually do need renovation. So that's not unreasonable either. In many cases, these are properties that, again, the landlord couldn't afford to do maintenance on because the rent was capped. And then, of course, when those units go back on the market, they are at a much higher rate than they were. And in the course of that flow, because there is no existing protection to do anything about that in the context of a blanket 5% rent cap, we are losing the naturally occurring affordable housing units that exist in community. And so this is something I have raised for a long time. And it comes back on a recurring basis, certainly at my constituency, and I suspect in others as well. And so when I looked at this act, I was hoping that I would see something addressing that ongoing, persistent, well-documented, significant challenge. And I might add, as I think about that, there's no cost. Like there would be no cost to creating a solution, an exemption, something, a mechanism to enable these property owners to make arrangements outside the cap or within a revised cap to enable those property owners to keep their properties, to have a reasonable rental increase that reflects and covers the reasonable maintenance required and the necessary insurance and the mortgage payments. In many cases, these are residents, the tenants are amenable to those increases as well, because even with reasonable increases, those rental rates would still be much more deeply affordable than the market rates we see now. So a measure that would protect these naturally affordable rates, rental units, would be inexpensive, if not free, for government. Far, far cheaper than funding developers to build affordable housing units. So from a fiscal management perspective, fixing this problem is the smart thing to do. It's been a well-documented problem for as long as the cap has been in place, and nothing has taken place yet. So I was really hopeful when this act came forward that there would be a solution for that, because there are plenty of solutions available. So that was another thing I had in mind. The third, that actually is a good segue into the third question that I had. And so, you know, in the absence of, or maybe even in addition to, the protection of naturally occurring affordable housing units, I was curious to see whether there was anything in this legislation that would support the creation of additional affordable housing units in Bridgewater. We know all across the province, every single community is in need of affordable housing units. I think, you know, the free or low-cost maintenance of existing affordable housing is certainly preferable to spending public funds on brand new properties and going to the expense of creating new additional affordable housing. But maybe both of those things are necessary, especially if we can't, you know, get it together to preserve the existing ones we've got. So I thought maybe there would be something in this bill that addresses that ongoing issue. So that was the third thing I was looking for when I reviewed the bill that was brought forward on administrative measures for housing. The fourth item that I was curious about, and I'm probably going to do a poor job explaining this, but I suspect others may be familiar with it as well, is just the issue around how rental supplements are calculated. So I'm going to oversimplify this. I'm hopefully not going to get it entirely wrong, but I'm going to oversimplify. But I think I'll hopefully be able to capture the essence of it. And if I haven't, maybe someone can send me a note and help me out. But my understanding is the rental supplements that that the province provides to people who meet the criteria to receive them are calculated based on CMHC estimates or averages of what local market rental rates are. So CMHC, federal organization, publishes what they consider to be local average market rates, and then the province assesses the rental supplement amount provided to individuals based on that federal CMHC average. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I know for certain that the average that is applied in Bridgewater and Lunenburg West based on CMHC is significantly lower than the actual market rental rates of properties now on the market in Bridgewater and in Lunenburg West broadly. And I will say the cost of rental units in Bridgewater is comparable to Halifax. The rates have gone up incredibly over the last number of years. But CMHC's averages don't reflect that. So that means that the rental supplement that is being provided to people in our community, and I suspect if we're experiencing this, this may be the case in other communities across the province, doesn't meet the need of the people, the needs of the people who have to access that rental supplement. So it's falling short. Doesn't cover the rent. Doesn't cover a significant proportion of their rent. And so that was another issue that I was hoping this bill would address when we did get to see the bill the morning it was tabled in the House. Yeah. And so there are certainly other housing issues that we are experiencing in our community, but I just wanted, I don't want to spend all my time talking about those issues because we do need to get into the meat of the bill, but those are 4 big recurring ones that we see on a regular basis, and that was one of the lenses through which I read the terms of the bill. Can I get some water? Thank you. Okay, so that was the first thing I wanted to talk about was what I was looking for when I reviewed the bill. So now we're going to go to the bill and do that sort of clause by clause review to see if we can understand what the purpose of this bill is, which is what we do at second reading. So I again will use, let me see. So I think this may have been the briefing where I could have this wrong, but typically in these briefings we would get some notes, an overview from staff, and I have to say, like, the public servants, the staff, who are the ones who deliver the briefings, are incredibly helpful, and I greatly appreciate, and I know the other members of the opposition greatly appreciate the time that they put in to participating in these briefings and helping us to understand the legislation that's coming forward. They are only given a few minutes, as are we, in those briefings, so it's difficult to cover the ground of well, I guess it's an omnibus bill, but I would say it's not an unreasonable omnibus bill in terms of the theming of the legislation bundled within it. But reviewing this in the span of a short 20 minutes with staff is really not a ton of time. So they do an incredible job of sort of succinctly taking us through, and I'm grateful to them for that. So, well, let's actually, before we go into the bill, let's start with the announcement that was published by the government the morning that this bill came out. So, amendments to the existing legislation will mean more housing. So more housing sounds great to me. That was one of the things I was looking for, so that's great. Improved efficiency in the sector and better alignment of related agencies. Changes extend to the executive panel on housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality and give the Minister of Housing new authority to ensure housing projects aren't delayed. Well, that wasn't a surprise to me, new authority for the Minister. That's an ongoing theme in the legislation. And then the quote is, we're strengthening how we plan, build, and deliver housing across the province. These changes will help us act faster to reduce the barriers that slow down housing projects. So more Nova Scotians have access to the homes they need. Well, that's great, because I had, again, been looking for something that might speed up the delivery of the public housing that was announced in Lunenburg West back in 2024. So changes that would help them act faster, that sounds like that could really help out. Oh. So then the news release goes on, and you know what I didn't do this time? I didn't actually do my little sticky tab thing where I line up what the news release says with the omnibus bill. So I don't know if I want to try and, I'm just going to go through the news release and then come back to it, because they don't line up. So it's like, I don't want to put everyone here through the pain of me trying to match them up as we go. So we'll just finish with the news release, set it aside, and then go to the bill. So the first changes relate to the Housing Supply and Services Act, and the 2 changes listed are that they will make the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Agency Advisory Board optional to provide flexibility and ensure consistency with other government agencies. So, I mean, that sounds a little bit lipstick on a pig, I think, like making an advisory board optional. I certainly, in my experience as a minister in both education and early childhood development and in justice, found that the more connection I had with my advisory councils, with engagement tables, with staff and community groups, the better decisions I was able to make. And frankly, that didn't make me less flexible, and it certainly didn't make my department less flexible. The more breadth of input you get from experts and community, from people with lived experience, from those who understand the system, the more flexibility you have, right? Like, flexibility is not just about speed, it's also about smart. And so I'm not at all convinced that this first change, making an advisory board optional, is going to do any of the things that this act supposedly does. So that's not a great start, in my opinion. And then it's going to repeal the interim board provisions. So I'm not sure what that means. Maybe that's more flexibility so that they have fewer people providing advice. I don't know. The next act that's listed in the news release is the changes to housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act again. So that's not an unreasonable piece of legislation to bundle in this omnibus bill. I approve of the theming on this one, at least, if not the content. So the two changes that are listed there are, first, to extend the executive panel on housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality by 2 years. I don't live in Halifax. I'm not overly familiar with that panel or the work of that panel. So to me, at this stage, this one's a bit neutral. I certainly think I would defer, or not defer, but I'd be very interested to hear from the Halifax colleagues about the implications of that. But so just wait and see on that one for me. And then the second change to the Housing and Halifax Regional Municipality Act is to give the Minister of Housing new order-making authority with Halifax Regional Municipality and Halifax Water to improve coordination of water, wastewater, and infrastructure that enables growth so housing projects can move ahead without delays and stay affordable over the long term. I mean, the objective there, the coordination of infrastructure and the enabling of growth, those are good things. But again, it does, the theme of centralizing order-making power with the minister, we talk probably on every single bill about the challenges and risks associated with that. And so that's also one that I'm really, jury's still out for me on that one at this point as I'm reading this. But that's when I start thinking, all right, this is about way more than just housing, right? Like, this is not just about how do we support the building of housing, how do we fix that rent cap issue. This is about division of powers. And, so that expands our dialogue in this House. And so then I'm starting to think about, all right, well, what should the division of powers between province and municipality be around these issues of infrastructure and housing? And I'm sort of stretching back to my constitutional law days about division of powers and wanting to refresh my mind on that. And I think it's an important starting point for the debate on this because it underpins that little clause. So now I'm starting to think more about housing, or in addition to thinking about housing, I'm starting to think about the division of powers between the province and the municipalities. So that's expanding the sorts of research that I want to do to understand this bill and the impacts on our communities. So then that's the end of that act. The next act that has changes to it is the Municipal Government Act. Oh wait, yes, the Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, which I think these would be provisions that are the same in each. So they've bundled them here for efficiency's sake. So the first one kind of came out of the blue, actually. It was to give councils the ability to delegate oversight and performance management of a municipality's chief administration officer to a council committee. So that's an HR management issue within the municipality that, as far as I can tell, has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with housing. Like zero things to do with housing. So the fact that it's sitting in this housing legislation is perplexing to me. And I believe we heard from the Minister of Housing on this bill when it was introduced, but now once we've sort of started to see some of the terms in here, I've realized that we haven't heard from the Minister of Municipal Affairs on this bill, and really now we're moving into that territory. So I think, given that this bill covers that ground, that it's incumbent on the ministers who are responsible for the bills to share the objectives and to tell us the thought process behind it and the purpose of it and participate in the debate. So that's what I'll say about that. So the next clause that is included under the Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter is to give councils explicit discretion to exclude or limit participation of their CAO in discussions and training sessions related to their performance. Again, this is completely unrelated to housing, so really doesn't belong here at all. Then we have clarifying council's ability to manage CAO participation on external boards and committees, aligning CAO priorities with council expectations. Okay, this is a whole set of things that seemingly don't relate to housing in the slightest. So I don't know why they're here. But I'd be very curious to hear from the Minister of Municipal Affairs what their purpose is, who asked for them, why they got bundled with a housing bill. Okay, so onward. Then we have introduced mandatory orientation training for newly elected municipal councillors to ensure consistent understanding of responsibilities across the province. Also, entirely unrelated to housing. So then the final bullet here, ooh, I'm not sure if it's the last one. Pages aren't numbered, but I think this may be the last one, is to provide the Minister of Municipal Affairs with temporary regulated authority to amend HRM's urban service boundary to build out the infrastructure needed to support sustainable growth. Wow. So we had a few here that related to some housing stuff at the beginning, and then we had a bunch of municipal HR housekeeping type things, and this sleeper at the end really piques my interest. So providing the Minister of Municipal Affairs with the authority to amend the HRM's urban service area boundary to build out infrastructure. Again, I'm not, my constituency is Lunenburg West. I don't live in Halifax. I don't live in HRM. But I still, as we all should, have a deep interest in the government's approach to municipal engagement and the respect for authorities that exist within the municipalities. And this one, I don't know why it's stuck at the end. That one should have been right at the beginning with bright red lights. It's curious to me that it's tucked way down there. So that's the news release. Now let's look at the clauses. I don't know why we only have an hour at second reading. I just think these particularly when we're, this is, again, I think, well, I had said earlier that this omnibus bill, I was, I thought the theming was reasonable. There's a few in there, though, I would say the theming is not necessarily reasonable on, but even so, this little omnibus bill is one of the smaller bills, right? It's not huge as far as an omnibus bill goes. Let's see, it's got 18 clauses, and this version that I'm looking at, now it's got some commentary in it as well, so it is a little longer than the bill itself would be, but it's, let's see, it is 9 pages, and there's a lot of content here. And I have just talked about the things that my community is interested in relating to what we're told this bill is about, and just covered the news release, and we're only a half an hour in at second reading. So I have to say, for a bill that contains this much, and this isn't, again, not a lot for an omnibus bill, an hour's not very long. I think that we should be going longer than that, but I'll keep it moving. So, all right, let's look at the clauses themselves. So, yeah, I'm glad actually that I did do the news release on its own, because as I suspected, it is not connected in a coherent way with the order of the clauses that are in the bill. So if folks are following along, I'll be hopping around because these two documents don't connect very well to one another. So the first clause in here, so part one of this bill. So this bill is divided into, let's see how many parts. 3, 4, 5, 6 parts. Part one is relating to Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, and part one is the clause that provides for newly elected councillors of a municipality to attend orientation training. And what the staff advised in our brief time with them was that this applies to all municipalities across the province because there's a clause later on that incorporates it into the other legislation that addresses the other municipalities. And so that was good to know. The other thing that staff told us is that the details of this would be worked out with the municipalities, which I think is really important. I mean, overall, I think having orientation training as a newly elected representative is a really good thing. I think I'll just reflect upon my own experience and say we could have done a whole lot better coming in, and we need to do a whole lot better coming in to prepare our elected officials to do this incredibly responsible job. So I am fully and completely in support of more training for elected officials as they hit the ground running and you know, really carry the responsibility, the significant responsibility of not only representing their own constituents, but doing that in a way that is supportive of the whole area that their colleagues and they represent. And doing that with fidelity and integrity. So I'm supportive of the clause. I'm perplexed as to why it's in a housing bill, but you know, here it is. So that's clause number one. Clause number two. Clause number two provides the municipality's council with the authority to delegate the performance management, exclude the CAO from attending at meetings relating to performance management. I'm oversimplifying that clause, but that's what that one's about. And we already covered that when we were talking about the news release. I'm told that many of these things are already practiced in some municipalities. I didn't get a clear picture of how many, but some at least do. Again, this is another clause that applies to the whole province. We'll see it recur in this bill. And so again, this doesn't seem unreasonable. Understanding like the nature of management, the nature of the sensitivity of human resources. This doesn't seem unreasonable. I want to know more. I'd be curious to know what the municipalities have to say about this. I didn't necessarily get a clear picture of who was weighing in on this and why. So I think that would be interesting to know. I don't know that. But I would just simply observe again that this has absolutely nothing to do with housing. So. Clauses 3 and 4. Allow the Minister of Municipal Affairs to amend the municipality's planning documents to extend or alter the municipality's urban service area. Allow the minister to request information from the municipality from any utility owned by the municipality and require the municipality or utility to comply with that request. I don't recall having seen anything about that in the news release, and that seems rather significant. Provide for the expiry of these provisions, and then provide regulatory making power or authority with respect to them. So the staff who were present, there were a number of questions. Opposition, we had a few questions about this one. And the staff explained that this would support emerging growth opportunities and allow the minister to act faster than the planning utility, and then support regulations associated with that. So Again, I'm not from HRM, so I've lots of questions that probably my HRM colleagues already know the answer to. But as I go through, I just read the overview of the clauses. I'm going to look at the specific clauses now. And so it talks about the urban service area, which is a geographic area, and it talks about maybe developed with municipal water, wastewater, or stormwater. And again, this is allowing the minister, when it determines it's in the provincial interest. And I think that's an important clause because when we talk about division of power and who has responsibilities for making decisions, what's in the municipal interest may not always be in the provincial interest, and vice versa. And that's okay. Like, that's the nature of democracy. We all have varying interests, and the objective of these spaces is for us to come together civilly and work them out in a way that respects our neighbors. So it's not necessarily a problem inherently that it references only provincial interest, but paired with a blanket authority of the minister to act and not consider the municipal interest, that doesn't fit within what our current provincial municipal structure looks like. That's a deviation from what we do now, or what the system is now about municipal provincial division of powers, or division of responsibilities, I'll say. So that has me questioning things and a little concerned. And so it talks about growth enabling infrastructure. It talks about, again, the utilities having to share information. And it gives the minister, this one also piqued my interest, gives the minister all the powers, privileges, and immunities of a commissioner appointed to the Public Inquiries Act. So that's not just asking a question. Like, this doesn't just authorize the minister to, ask the question. There's like some significant order-making power incorporated into this. So then there's an expiry clause, and any amendments made will continue to have effect, and the governor and council may make regulations. Okay, so what I got really curious about when I got to the end of this, though, is the fact that although this provision is described as being a provision that is intended to support the expansion and access of housing, nothing in here says housing. So I'm not clear that the minister's authorities based on this legislation is limited to the objective of expanding housing. It seems to me there might be any number of reasons the minister might decide are in the provincial interest to make changes to the urban service area that have nothing to do with housing. And these clauses look like they enable it. And that, that doesn't seem right to me. Like, that's a broader discussion, and nowhere in the documents of the news release or in the clauses that are the explanations of the clauses is that flagged as a possible outcome of this situation. So that to me is quite concerning. Moving on, and again, there's only 20 minutes left, and I'm not even halfway through the act. I didn't even get to the constitutional division of powers. So, maybe someone else will take that. I have a whole bunch of stuff here on it. I know there's lots of keen speakers. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. So, let's see. Where are we? We're at part 2, Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. So, this one updates a ministerial title. Okay, that's housekeeping. Then we're at Clause 6. Clause 6 adds, in the context of factors affecting housing supply, the Executive Panel on Housing of the HRM shall advise on a reference to water, wastewater, stormwater, and other municipal infrastructure. Again, I'm not overly familiar with these sort of aspects of housing in the HRM, so I would be very curious. We didn't hear from any of the government ministers on this particular issue, but I know my opposition colleagues are well informed on this, and I'm hopeful if the government doesn't have anything to add on that issue, I'm hopeful that the opposition members will speak up on that and help the House understand the implications of this. So now we're on to Clause 7. Clause 7 allows the panel to request information from any utility owned by the municipality and requires the utility to comply. Oh, that's this one again. So this is the compliance question. And and the information question. And I think it relates back to the powers, all the powers of a commissioner. So I've already expressed the concerns that I had around that. Clauses 8 and 9. So these ones allow for ministerial orders to the municipality or utility owned by the municipality relating to housing-enabled infrastructure work. So actually, these are, I've just been going through the clause overviews. This one, again, I'm going to talk about a little more specifics so that it helps us understand what this is. So this is the minister may order the municipality or a utility to build, change, or reconfigure water, wastewater, stormwater, or other infrastructure, apply for infrastructure funding from federal or other available sources for the purposes of accelerating, and then the catch-all clause, do anything necessary or desirable in the interest of a safe, efficient, and affordable development of housing-enabled infrastructure. So at least this expansion of order-making power does relate specifically to housing. So the worries that I had about the other order-making power, well, one of them, the fact that it didn't constrain itself to housing, at least with this one, we do see housing specifically referenced. So that is definitely an improvement. Let's see. So then, I mean, what we're talking about here, though, is ordering a municipality to undertake an incredibly expensive task. So the question then becomes, well, if the minister can order a municipality to do, you know, to buy a big expensive thing, build a road, change a wastewater infrastructure, is the province then also assuming the cost of that work? And so 21A sub 4 addresses the cost, and it says the cost of any work undertaken shall be apportioned between the municipality or the utility and the Crown and the right of the province in the manner agreed upon by them. So agreement, that's good. That contemplates dialogue, discussion, negotiation, perhaps. But you can't order somebody to agree to something. So, you know, in any dispute, there is the possibility that you won't come to an agreed upon resolution. So then the question becomes, what happens if you don't agree? And so the next clause addresses that, and it says if no agreement is reached within a reasonable period of time, the minister may determine the apportionment of the cost of any work undertaken in subsection 1. That could get real expensive. So this seems to represent a significant expansion of ministerial authority and power. And this one at least is rooted in housing, but it does demand that in this House, we fully explore the implications of that because we have a division, we have municipal governments, and we have certain norms that exist in terms of what responsibilities they have, what costs they have, and what costs and responsibilities the province has. And that's rooted in history, it's rooted in tradition, it's rooted in agreements, it's rooted in legislation. And I think it's very much worthwhile because we've had municipalities, I don't actually know for how long we've had municipalities. I think we've had them just about as long as we've existed within the jurisdiction. And their role and their responsibilities evolve over time. And it's reasonable to refresh, I think, it's reasonable to refresh the dialogue around whether those roles and responsibilities are still current and appropriate in the environment that we find ourselves in. But I feel like we should do that overtly. I don't feel like we should be doing that when we discover it in Part 3, Clause 11 and 12 of a bill that's supposed to be about housing. I think in this House we should be doing it head on and tackling it as a discussion, not jamming it in an omnibus bill halfway through. So, on to Clause 10. Postpones the panel's dissolution date by 2 years. Okay, so I'll pass on that one as well, and hopefully my colleagues in the opposition will be able to share some information about the panel and the implications of this. And And my apologies, the member who spoke before me may have covered that, but I had stepped out for a couple of moments. Part 3 is amendments to the Housing Supply and Services Act, and that is to update departmental and ministerial titles. That's housekeeping. Oh my goodness. So the librarians, who are phenomenal, I just say, like our legislative library, I shouldn't admit. The legislative librarians are an incredible resource that probably people, I don't know if everyone's aware of. But they've been amazing as as I've learned to do this role, or as I'm learning to do this role, and they've been really helpful. And I just want to extend my gratitude because they provided me with some background information to allow me to talk about our division of powers intelligently and succinctly. And I fear I'm going to do them a disservice because I only have 11 minutes left and I'm still not at the end of the bill. So I wanted to both thank them immensely and apologize. But you know what? Actually, we may yet get a chance to do that at Committee of the Whole. So I'll do it a little bit here, but I think those will be valuable resources as we progress through the debate on this bill. Okay, so the Municipal Government Act. This is the repeat of the clauses I just talked about that related to HRM. These ones are for the Municipal Government Act, so all of the other municipalities in the province. So I will just mention that these ones, again, reiterate, these ones have nothing whatsoever to do with housing. So having said that, that's the bill. So now I need to come back, really, we've covered the bill. I want to come back now and talk about what I was looking for and what I found. And just as a refresher, I was looking for something that would help the public housing projects that have already been announced in Bridgewater and Hants and maybe elsewhere in the province and recently move forward more quickly. Certainly the one in Bridgewater announced 2 years ago doesn't seem to have moved at all. And so I was looking for something in this bill that covered that, and I didn't see anything at all in there. So that was disappointing. The second thing I was looking for, goodness, I don't know if I'm doing this in the same order, but the second thing I was looking for was something that would help with the issue that the rent cap creates in relation to naturally occurring affordable housing units. That's the issue where people can't afford to maintain their properties at the low rental rates that they've set, and therefore they end up selling, which flips the property, which increases the rental rates, and which then just results in the loss of those affordable housing units. And as far as I can tell, there is nothing whatsoever in this act to address that. This act, well, the parts of it at least that relate to housing, seem far more interested in clearing away barriers for rapid new development than they do for preserving what we already have. And I think new development is important, but if we're not also focused on preserving what we have, we are missing the boat, and we're missing the boat in a dramatically expensive way. And I think the budget demonstrates that. So the third thing I was looking for in this act respecting administrative measures for housing was the creation of affordable housing units at Bridgewater or anywhere else. Again, nothing in this act does that. And then the fourth thing I was looking for was something to address the question of the calculation of rental supplements that people receive and the challenges that exist associated with the fact that that calculation is based on a CMHC rental estimate that doesn't reflect the cost of the actual rentals, the current market value of rentals in my community and potentially others. And there's nothing whatsoever in this bill that addresses those things. So I have to say I was incredibly disappointed to see that the four biggest recurring issues that I hear about in housing in Lunenburg West are not even remotely addressed in this bill that is an act respecting administrative measures for housing. So that's pretty disappointing, certainly to me, and I think for the constituents that I represent. And the issues that I brought forward around that and that my constituents are experiencing, I have every confidence are issues that are being experienced across the province. So I am curious if my colleagues share my disappointment. So those are the first three things that I had said I was going to talk about. But I do, 6 minutes left to talk about the constitutional division of powers. So I do want to cover that because, again, we talked about the housing parts of this and, to which I say there's not much in there for what my constituents are looking for. But the sleeper stuff in here, so I don't know if I'm using that phrase right or that term right, the stuff that was maybe not so well publicized in here, the ministerial authority, the downloading of costs without the downloading of responsibility to municipalities, all of that stuff, which we encountered as we reviewed the bill, that really opens up and requires, I think, a fulsome discussion of how powers are divided. And so I'm going to start kind of big picture on that because to understand where municipalities get their authority, you gotta, to understand really how we should be delegating or what we should be delegating or how we should be sharing those responsibilities, you have to understand where the responsibilities come from. And so this was something that actually came up repeatedly during campaigns where people had questions about municipal authority and municipal responsibility, but really not understanding where it comes from. So I'm going to start there because I think it's important. And the starting place, quite frankly, is the Constitution, because all levels of government in Canada derive their responsibility from the Constitution. And people don't necessarily realize that, and people also don't necessarily realize, so if you might realize that, if you do realize that, you might not know that municipalities actually don't hold any inherent responsibilities under the Constitution. So the Constitution is structured in a way, and I'm oversimplifying because I'm not going to talk about Indigenous governance for the purposes of this. I'm going to talk about the three other levels of governance. So the Constitution divides power between the federal government and the provincial government. There is no delegation of power or no reference to inherent power of municipalities within the Constitution. Rather, the Constitution gives responsibility for local government to the provinces. So that means the provinces, the reason the municipalities exist is because the provinces enable them to exist. Municipalities get their authority, get their responsibilities from the province. And so the starting point is that municipalities only exist because the province enables them to exist. And that is an important point. It doesn't undermine their power. That is just a reflection of where their power comes from. And so naturally in that relationship and in that structure, it does require us at the provincial level on an ongoing basis to manage that, because that's where the power sits. The power for the municipalities exists within the legislation that we pass in this chamber and within the agreements that we make with the provinces, or with the municipalities. One thing that's also interesting to know is that we have seen trends over time in relation to what responsibilities and powers municipalities have. This is something that ebbs and flows and changes as our governance needs change, as our communities' needs change. And so there are many services that are regularly delivered and historically delivered at a municipal level, and they include policing, zoning, land use planning, education, recreation, and many other services. You've seen that tension play out and go back and forth over the years. Education is a good example of that. There used to be much more municipal control, and it's moved to provincial. There's nothing right or wrong about either of those approaches. There are benefits and drawbacks to each. It's really more a matter of intentionally considering and discussing and planning and moving forward with that. than it is a matter of right or wrong as to who holds power in any one instance. So that was the most abbreviated introduction to the division of powers that I could possibly have offered. But really, it is an introduction, and I think we would do the provisions of this bill, and I think we would do our relationship with the municipalities an incredible disservice if we don't examine in a fulsome way how the changes that this bill proposes to the variety of acts, but specifically to the minister's authorities, to the control that the minister potentially has over municipalities, to the degree to which at least one of these clauses can potentially allow the minister to order a municipality to incur incredible costs and to direct the control of a municipality's boundaries and infrastructure. These reflect big changes to what currently exists as our tradition and our approach to municipal and provincial relationships and responsibilities. And I think it is really important that we understand those fully and the impacts of those fully. The benefit of local government is that local government can tailor their decisions very specifically to the needs of communities. We have very diverse communities across this province who have very diverse community needs and desires and cultures, also geographies. And so that's one of the reasons that having local governments who have established authority and are free to use that authority is so powerful, because not every issue is an issue that the province knows best on. And I'm not saying one way or another whether these particular things will be used in a way that will be overall beneficial to everybody. I'm simply saying that we cannot we do a disservice if we do not fulsomely discuss those impacts as we debate this bill. And so I have 9 seconds left. I'm just going to say I really look forward to hearing from other members as we continue this dialogue, and I appreciate everyone's contribution.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adjourn debate on Bill 212.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 212. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? From my understanding, there was not a request for a recorded vote. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. Oh, sorry. My fault. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the learned member for her basic understanding of division of powers, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to rule, actually, you know what, Madam Speaker? Just give me 1 second here. I'm going to do something different. That concludes government business for today. I move that the House now do rise to meet again March 8th. From the hours of 1.
8.
Is it 8th? Is Monday 8th?
Sunday. That's Sunday.
You guys want to come in Sunday? We'll come in Sunday. The Lord's Day. We don't do that. The 9th.
You make me need the Lord. bad joke.
Probably not the first to say that. March 9th from the hours of 1 till 11:59, Madam Speaker. Government business will include estimates, second reading of bills, committee on the whole House, and third reading.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Monday, March 9th, between the 1 and 11:59. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Monday, March 9th.